Please take your seats. Hola a todos y bienvenidos a la quinta ronda de la 10ª edición del Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. Recordarles que durante el torneo no pueden tener el móvil en la sala durante las partidas. También les informamos que el corner de comida está disponible durante sus partidas solo para jugadores. Los jugadores que no dispongan de foto de perfil, por favor, pasad por recepción para actualizar la foto. En la agenda de hoy, a las 8 de la noche, tenemos la alfombra roja y la posterior fiesta de alfombra roja con un shooting en la entrada del hotel. Mañana 17 del 12, a las 9:30, perdón, a las 9:30 no, a las 11:30 tenemos la sesión de Zumba en la terraza lateral de Aqua. A las 4, la conferencia a cargo del GM Vasily Ivanchuk. A las 5:30 el torneo de Blitz y a las 10:30 el torneo de ping pong. También recordarles que tenemos a su disposición la app descargable también como en Android del torneo. Hello everyone and welcome to the 5th round of the 11th Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. Please remember that the mobile devices are not allowed during your games. Also, food and drinks is exclusive for players during your games. We don't provide glasses or recipients for the fountains, the water fountains. And lastly, the players without photo profile, please come to reception desk for offer you the photo profile. Tonight at 8 o'clock we have the red carpet photo shooting after the party of red carpet. And tomorrow at 9:30 and 11:30 we have the Zumba party in terraza lateral de Aqua. At 4 o'clock the conference by GM Vasily Ivanchuk in Pyrenees, and at 5:30 the Blitz tournament, and finally at 10:30 in the evening we have the ping pong tournament. As a reminder for you, please download the chess Sunway Chess app on Android and Apple for follow the schedules and pairings. I'm going to give the voice to the main arbiter, Bruno Andrade, and today we're with Mr. Alejandro Guia is the responsible of the Gremio de Hostelería in Sitges, okay? And he will ring the bell. I give the voice to the main arbiter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to remember you, here in this tournament we are using the Sofia rules, so the draws are not allowed before the move number 30. Atención a todos, solamente quiero recordaros que en este torneo se aplica la regla de Sofia, así que no pueden hacer las tablas antes del movimiento 30. Gracias.
You can start.
Welcome everybody, this is Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
Yes, we are here in the beautiful town of Sitges, just outside of Barcelona. Beautiful sea you can see behind us there, great beach, great tournament. We're here at the beautiful Sunway Golf and Playa Hotel, where some of the best chess players in the world have come to play the annual Sitges tournament. And Ketty, what's the story after four rounds? Today's round 5.
So after 4 rounds we have 3 people only with 100% scores, and they're gonna fight against each other today, and maybe in the end of the round 5 we're gonna have only one sole leader.
Maybe only one sole leader, but remember, it's just the halfway point of this tournament. There's plenty more chess, lots of drama to come. We've already seen a number of upsets, a number of big results. There'll be plenty more in the next few rounds. So make sure you come and join me and Ketty, 4:30 every day on the Sunway official chess website and streaming platform. See you there.
See you guys soon.
Attention chess lovers around the world. Are you ready to take on the challenge? Come to the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival from December 12th to the 22nd, right in the heart of the Mediterranean. With a prize pool of €27,155. It's your chance to play among the best and take your game to the next level. Experience the charm of Sitges, a town known for its coastal beauty, historic architecture, and vibrant atmosphere. At the Sunway Playa Golf and Spa Hotel, you'll enjoy a perfect blend of competition and relaxation. Don't miss out on this incredible event. Register now to make your mark at the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival 2024. Play chess, enjoy life, and always win. See you there.
Hello everybody and welcome at the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Here in the studio we are Ketty and Lawrence in the round 5, and we have this beautiful view here in the city, Sitges, Spain, and also quite beautiful view on the other side. As you can see, all the players are ready to start next round. Lawrence, how do you feel today?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. As always, some interesting pairings and a lot of action, a lot of people wanting to win. Not really any draws, very quick, dry draws, which is really good for us. So I'm excited. There are 3 players in the open section with a maximum score. 2 of them are playing each other today, of course. And for me, the story of the tournament so far has been Edward Song. This young international master from America. He defeated the number 1 seed, and he had a great result yesterday with Black defeating a very decent international master, meaning that he is top of the table, along with Ido Gorstein and Anwesh from India. And then after that, of course, there are a whole group of players on 3.5, probably maybe
a
even
lot of players,
20 players or something. Yeah,
3.5. Very interesting tournament, as we do have here strong grandmasters, as we have Kirill Alisenko, but somehow he is not playing among the top boards, as he lost his game in the second round, in the third round. We also have a chess legend, Vasil Ivanchuk, competing here. He has not lost any game, he just started a day later, so he has 3 out of 3. Right now we have him on the video, Vasily Ivanchuk playing against Polish FIDE master Piotr Brezina. Piotr, 2270. He had an amazing game yesterday. He completely outplayed his opponent, international master, in the end game. He was very happy, and I learned from my Polish sources that they were thinking that maybe he will play against Vasil Ivanchuk, because Ivanchuk is the highest rated player, and he takes the lowest rated player among the people who have 3 points, and that is Piotr, and they actually guessed it. So this game can be for Piotr something dream come true to play against Ivanchuk.
Yeah, it's very special when you play against legends of the game. I know myself, I had the honor really of playing against probably 3, 4 or 5 even of the biggest names ever in chess. I played Korchnoi, I played Timman, all these great players. So it's a real landmark moment in your career as a young player when you get to play against somebody like Vasil Ivanchuk, who is playing some really decent chess, by the way.
Oof, absolutely. Before he came here in Sunway, he played in Qatar and he took a plane and came here, had no break, and he is playing actually amazing chess. We had a beautiful game done by him yesterday. Another 2 names, Jules Moussard seeded 2 in this tournament, and Kirill Alisenko are not among the leaders, but at some point I believe that we will see them coming back to their boards. But hey, we have a lot of very interesting names here. Someone that sends for me is Anvesh Apatyaya. I really tried to train
Maybe
this name.
we should just call
Anvesh.
Anvesh.
Anvesh, yeah. Let's do with that. So this player actually won yesterday, quite equal position in the very end of the round, and he is going to take with white pieces Ido Gorstein, who has himself a really nice tournament. He's in a good shape. He's convincingly winning all the games. And the board 2, Edward Song, definitely the guy we like to see his games. We really enjoy to see his game. He's playing against another quite creative player, Ting Jingao. Those are 2 top boards. Lawrence, what is happening next boards? Are there any player that you would like to focus today?
I think I'm going to be interested in those top boards, especially Song against Tin. They're very different styles of players. We've seen Song have some really ambitious, very unusual structures, whereas Tin Jingyao is a much more standard player, a much more calm player. So there's a clash of styles there, which always makes for a very good game. And then the board 1, of course, will also be very interesting. But a lot of these games will be fascinating to watch. Marc-Andrea Marizzi, you can see him there playing against his countryman, Thibaut Dodognon. And that's my bad French, Dodognon. I don't know this player, Thibaut Dodognon. He's a FIDE master, but he's a very highly rated FIDE master. He's 24-11. So he's actually more international master level strength. And of course, the fact that he already is at the top of this tournament shows that he's a good player. I think we should just
sorry to interrupt, but a lot of people just try not to, like, they're trying to achieve all the norms of, I don't know, international master or grandmaster, and then to get the norm, because a lot of people are just very ambitious, They're FIDE masters, but they don't care about other titles. They want to get the grandmaster title, and they are just collecting the norms. Myself also, I don't really know much about him, but he's 27 years old, from France, and as we mentioned, he is a FIDE master. There's not much of the information about him, but perhaps we will know much more about his style of play. We do also have the streamers corner in this playing venue, and in fact we have a lot of playing venues. This one you guys can see, this is top boards and the VIP boards. This is on the 5th floor, and the players have an amazing view. Looks like they are playing on the boat or on a ferry, because they can see the ocean from the windows. And there is also the room for the streamers.
Yes. 4 streamers in this tournament. They are transmitting their games on their own platforms, and their followers have an opportunity to, support them from their channels. Besides that, we also have 2 other rooms on this 1st floor. So that means that a lot of people are just joining here every year and playing chess.
should we go with
Yeah,
the
let's
chess part?
get straight into the
Should we
games.
analyze the games?
We've got a lot of action on board one already, which is really good. We have a queen's pawn opening that is now a queen's gambit, which is then a Slav. So it goes from a Nimzo to a queen's gambit decline to a Slav. C6, bishop g5, h6. Yeah, this is the normal treatment. You kick the bishop, and now white has got a choice. Do you take on f6 or do you go bishop to h4? Bishop to h4 is much more ambitious. Taking on f6 is perfectly fine with e3, but results have shown that black is very solid and doing well. So white goes for the ambitious move, bishop h4, and now d takes c4. Black grabs the pawn, e4 and g5, bishop g3 and b5, the so-called anti-Botvinnik. The reason it's called the anti-Botvinnik is because you can do this straight away. But in this line, there is a small difference, which is that after g5, white can take this pawn on g5, which is a completely different kettle of fish. You don't lose a piece because the pin is very, very good thereafter. So this is very playable and very very well discussed in theoretical terms. This particular line has got a bit more life to it. There are a few more unexplored avenues. White played bishop e2, which is the main move. Bishop b7, and now the move e5. I think this move, however, is slightly strange to go e5 here. I think this move probably is not the right move. I say the right move. It's not the most played move here. That much I know.
Not the most played move. The most played move here in this position is h4 to strike right away to g5 pawn. If black plays g4, then you would like to jump knight on e5 and reserve this square for the knight, attack the pawn on g4, and after h5 to guard this one, you just castle with the idea to play f3 next move, and you have a beautiful play on the king side. And a lot of games has been played there. e5 is not the main line, as you mentioned. It's played online, but yeah, not very common move. And here black has two main choices, either to go knight to d5 and try to centralize the knight, or you can go also knight to h5 to go after the dark square bishop.
Yeah, I don't know this move e5 that well, and the fact that he's kind of played this quite quickly tells me he's probably got some idea here. You don't normally play such a committal move without having an idea, so I think e5 certainly will have some ideas, which is good. So we'll see. That game could get very, very exciting.
I can very quickly show the line that I have seen. So if knight goes on d5, now white can try to play something like a4 to annoy the queen side, a6, takes on d5.
Wow. Okay.
Takes on d5. Pawn takes on d5, and you can also castle. Okay. And the idea is that after, let's say, bishop e7, you can play something like knight g1, and you want to play
knight
f4.
e1?
Yes, you want to play f4 next move, and to play on the king side. That has played in the game. I have the access to the game, and it has been actually.
This has been
White's
played.
Victory. Yeah, this has been played.
This is all on the board as we speak.
It is on the board?
No, that's a question. This is
no. This is the game that has played earlier.
Oh, it's been played already. I see. Another game. Okay. I think it's unlikely we get that. That looked like a very strange sequence of moves. Taking on d5. I mean, that almost never happens. Let's see. I mean, I really don't know. I've got no idea what Anvesh has got up his sleeve. Edward Song against Jingyao Tin. Now, this game here, let's see how it started. It started with e4, c6, and Caro-Kann, knight f3, d5, and knight c3, the two knights. Bishop g4, the main line, and you kick the bishop, and a trade. This has been seen plenty of times. You can go back with the bishop. Things get a little bit more sharp, though, because white can take, give a check, and actually go g4. Oops. With knight e5. This kind of stuff gets a little bit more rowdy. most players that play the Caro, especially if we look at Jing Yao Tin's style, well, taking on f3 is very much his style. So takes and e6. And we reach the starting position, really, of the two knights main line. And bishop e2. This is the modern way of treating this position. Before, white used to play d3 a lot. But bishop e2 grew in popularity. The point being that after knight f6, white castles. And then when black plays something else here, I don't know, let's say a move like bishop e7, a lot of the time actually white wants to try and involve this rook on d1 somehow, maybe go d4 and rook d1. You've got the two bishops, a bit more space, it's slightly more pleasant, but of course black is very, very solid. But we see that Tin played the move bishop c5, castles, and knight to e7, and now we see Edward Song already
knight e4
knight
hitting
a4.
the bishop. Hitting the bishop on
hitting
c5.
the bishop.
That's actually very interesting because I really don't like this knight to be in the edge of the board.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's got a direct threat, right? You're threatening the bishop. You're trying to get rid of this bishop. So there has to be, I mean, okay, what he's saying is basically probably black has only got one move here, which is bishop d6. The move bishop e4 looks dangerous to me because I think now maybe you can go queen b3.
Right.
And then you're going to play a3, target this bishop, and the b7 pawn is going to hang. So bishop d6 was, of course, played, and d4. So this is Edward Song's idea. I quite like it. He gets in d4. There was a trade, d4, queen e4. And this is the position on the board. Looks like a very, very standard position to me. I would take white all day, because I've only ever played this really from the white side. But it looks kind of nice, right? I guess black will go knight d7 in this position to put the knight on f6. But yeah, the position is not...
It's not very sharp.
It's not sharp.
And also the structure, the pawn structure here, white has a space advantage, but black is very solid with this e6 and c6 pawn. This game might be just a little bit slow. Anyway, we have so many games to cover. We can just go further to see what's happening in the other boards and then come back here. Moving forward to the third board, we have
Maritzi,
two French players. They actually started with Sicilian.
Bishop e5 check. My old favorite. Haven't played it in years, but I've played it all the time.
I like it, actually.
Yeah.
I don't play e4, but I like this opening so much because it creates so much problems for me as playing as a Sicilian player that I don't like it as black. But yeah, if you can play this one with white, you have to go for it.
Yeah, and black already has a decision to make how to block the check. All three blocks are totally fine. Knight d7 is the most ambitious way to block because you don't force trades. Castles a6, and there was one trade. And c3, this is already an unusual moment. c3 is not the main old move here. The old move here was just to go d4 immediately, with the idea that after c takes d4 you can take with the queen because there's no longer a knight on b8. And your queen cannot get easily pestered. But this position has also proven to be totally fine for black. So Marc-Andrea decides to play something a little bit slower with c3, knight to f6, and rook to e1. Makes total sense. And e6. Yeah, I wonder here, I guess black has got a few options. You can go e6. I guess maybe even g6 exists, but e6 looks okay. White gets the center with d4, takes, and d5. Classic reaction here in the center. e5 and knight e4. This is absolutely classic. And knight f to d2 by Marc-Andrea, trying to just get rid of that knight immediately. f5. Now that is a surprise.
Yeah, very interesting decision. Usually you just take this knight on d2 and
Yes.
carry on. Maybe somewhere you want to play f6 to break the center. Maybe you just continue to
Maybe
play
take
normal
with a knight
moves.
here.
But yeah, f5 is also something unusual to me too in this position. And in fact, it has been played already.
This position has been played?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
this position has been played. So white took after f5 on f6, the en passant.
Mm-hmm.
And so then knight captured back, knight f3, bishop went to d6.
I think we have something very similar in the game.
Yeah, and knight after knight e5, castle, bishop to g5, and queen to e8. There was the long game, which ended in a draw.
Yeah, very double-edged game, but you know, white with that big knight on e5, control of the e-file, looks fairly promising for white strategically.
Yeah, basically we have this position right now on the
Okay.
board. Bishop g5 has been played by Mark
Marc-Andrea.
Mark Andrea, I think I should say it together. Mark Andrea. And it is now black to move. And
Yes.
the game that has been played earlier, the move that has been played earlier was queen to e8 to escape the
Mhm.
pin. However, it stands on the e file.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never like this kind of
No.
pawn structure because
No.
like you don't understand what is really happening. You have this weakness for black on e6, but black is guarding it well, and then white also have a weakness on d4, and yeah, it's just so weird position to me to play.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yeah,
But I think Marc-Andrea's got, you know, the kind of position he absolutely wants today. He's structurally better. Black has to find a lot of precise moves. He's the higher rated player. This is really what you want as a GM in round 5 of a tournament. This position here. This is perfect. Not saying it's much better for white. It's just black has to find some really precise moves.
yeah, and Mark Andrea Maritze is only 17 years old.
Yeah.
And like, to be honest, I have seen him to many tournaments. I would say that he's 20, like somewhere middle 20s.
No, he's just big.
He is actually quite young.
Yeah, he's
17 years old, grandmaster already, and has been a superstar ever since he was a little child. Moving forward to the next board, we have here Li Di against Xu Min Gu. We have both of them from the same country. So we have actually derbies, a lot of derbies today on the board 3. We have French derby, and board 4 we have Chinese derby.
Yes.
What's happening
Yeah,
in this position?
well, this looks like actually a very theoretical position. They've played this very, very fast. I can tell you this is from an anti-martial. It's from an open Spanish. Here we go. It's a Spanish mainline with knight takes e4. I vaguely remember a Fabiano game going down this line some years ago. d4, b5, bishop e3, d5, all been seen before. Won't talk about the theory. Queen e2, one of many moves. c3 is moved, knight d2 is moved, bishop e3 is moved, but queen e2. And rook d1 with the idea of c4, utilizing the pin, takes. The bishop comes out to c5, and bishop to e3. This is all theory, takes, and queen b8. This very important move. Releasing yourself from the pin and threatening the pawn on b2, which is why the bishop drops back, and now the knight comes to a5, hitting the bishop. I don't know exactly the theory here at all. In fact, I don't know any of the theory. What I do know is that this position will have been played dozens of times at top level.
Yeah, and I can prove that looking the online database at this point. This is move 16, and it's such a heavy theory that white can play so many moves, starting with knight b to d2, knight to d4, knight to e1, knight to c3, bishop to d5, and knight to a3. Those
Wow.
are
Knight to
plenty of
Knight to
moves.
A3 looks like a stinker.
It's a blunder probably, and it has played on one move, and black won in that move in that game.
Yeah, I don't like Knight A3. The others all make sense, of course. Knight to D2, Knight to C3, Knight to E1. All of these moves have some sense.
Let's see the most straightforward line here. What happens after bishop to D5 if we decide to capture the central pawn on D4? Then
Yeah.
what can be the black's response?
Well, I guess it's just that the rook is hanging at some point, something like takes, takes, and queen takes B2. And the rook is hanging in the corner, and I think that this is...
Queen D4, let's say. Or queen,
Yeah, queen D4, but
queen C1.
got to be a little bit careful of queen C1. You're okay because of queen D1, but even the ending after, let's say, queen takes D4, how do you want to capture this queen? With the knight, with the rook?
Perhaps with the rook to hit the knight and to win some tempo to develop another knight. But like, I get
Yeah,
your
but,
point. You want
like-
more when you play with white
Yeah,
pieces,
like
right?
this is just nothing for white. Too few pieces, and so yeah, you don't really play like this here. Knight D2 tries to keep a bit of tension. It's probably a good move, and I guess that's the move we will actually see. Feels like the most natural and most normal. Again, unless Li Di has got a specific idea in this line, which he may do. Which he may do. Okay, we move on. Let's move on to another game.
Somehow I have a feeling that we have today a bit slow games, like players are trying not to risk too much. Do you think this can be also just a fact because tomorrow is a day off and they just want to go to the rest day without any dramas?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. I think it's too early in the round to say that they're playing too cautiously or not. I think we have to wait for the games to develop. From what I can see, there's big fights everywhere, though, so we should be happy. We move on to Jagadish against Julio Cesar. And look at this. They say knight on the rim is dim, but what about knight in the corner?
What can we do? Are we looking for the to right knight?
No, I mean
Knight
the
in the
knight in the
corner.
corner. It
It's
looks
a-
bad, but it's got an idea
Lone.
that the knight is going to try and come out via f7 at the right moment.
Can we see how this pawn marched all the way to h6? Oh, I thought it was King's Indian.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh wow, look at this.
it's a Sveshnikov with knight d5. Very fashionable after the Karyakin Carlsen World Championship final. Knight e7. Yeah, and Carlsen had fantastic success with this from the black side. a4, a6, knight comes back, knight g6, g3, very standard, bishop e7 and h4. Yeah, trying to bother that knight on g6 with an early h-pawn advance. Pawn to h5, knight to h8, and now pawn to h6. Kind of forcing the move g6 because you don't want to ruin your structure around the king. And bishop to e3, bishop g5 is the position we have. First impressions is quite an interesting idea from white. However, I don't know, I think black should be okay. The knight is going to come out to f7 very quickly, you can't stop it. The pawn will come to f5. And I think that, I think black is okay.
Yeah, can't find any complication here for to create anything against black. What happens if you go with f4 in this position?
f4?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. To be honest, that's not even a move I would consider. Maybe it's good, and that's why I wouldn't consider it. Because after takes, I'm like, what about this e-file? Are we not worried about the e-file, I guess? Like after rook e8?
It's funny because here the engine suggestion is to play somewhere king to d2.
King
Which is
d2?
super crazy. Not direct, not exactly here, but like after taking on f4, bishop h4 check, and
Yeah.
you go king to d2, and
Well, that
it
makes
gives
sense.
white advantage already. Not big one, but good enough to fight. And after king to d2, Then you bishop to f5, let's say, some developing move, queen
Yeah.
to f3.
Yeah.
And basically here, the engine claims that white is so much better in this position. Maybe bishop d3, rook a to g1, to push f5 next move.
Yes.
Oof, I would never do that, king to d2. It
Well, you
looks
have to when
scary
you get
me.
checked. That's the problem. When you get checked, you actually have to.
Yeah, but I would be worried to play f4 here in this position.
Yeah, I
But
just...
it's the best move actually here.
I would give it a 0% chance he plays f4. See, it's so unhuman to play this move to open up your king when it's in the middle. A much more human move here is just to go queen d2, force the trade, and then work out what are you doing against f5 next. Maybe just castle or something. But it's... My bishop isn't really got work. It's a little bit annoying, this position, actually.
What's going to happen also if white decides to go to the endgame? Let's say bishop takes g5 and queen to d2. Bishop takes g5 and queen to d2. Who stands better in the endgame? Like queen takes d2, king takes d2?
Well, it all revolves around this f5 move, right? Because that allows the knight to come out. My bishop on f1 is really struggling for kind of work. I don't see where that bishop should be, what it should be doing. Black has got a very easy game. Bishop d7, rook c8, knight f7. Maybe even bring the king in. My pawn on h6 I'm going to have to defend forever. And, you know, I think I might even take black here in a game. Because I just don't see what white is doing, to be honest, in this position. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
Yeah, something like a5 perhaps? Would
Yeah.
I then knight a4, knight
Yeah.
b6?
Bishop d7, probably. When you go knight a4, I'll be very interested in taking it. I don't know if I will, but I've got the option.
Shall we do b4, b5 here in this position?
Again, I think we're going down the rabbit hole quite hard here because there's a lot of things that could happen in between. But I don't believe that white is genuinely but much better here.
So what do you think after bishop g5? What
I think he'll
will
go-
be white's choice?
I think he'll go queen d2.
Queen d2.
Yeah, I think he'll go queen d2. But I don't know because, you know, when you're fully concentrated on one game, you can also make different decisions, right? So I have no idea, actually. To be honest, I just have no idea what's going to happen.
And like, look at this situation on the camera. It feels like black is so focused and it's black's move, but I haven't received any move.
Okay,
And
well,
we
we'll
are
move
waiting.
on. We'll see what happens in that one, and
Let's get back to board 4. We have some very quick updates there. Seems like they decided to trade the pieces. So 95,
knight
94. And we have c5, white took the bishop, f3 hitting the knight. We have two good moves played by white. c4, and you take the knight on e4, and then you take the bishop on b3. White took the pawn on d5. This is currently the position. They're playing very fast. This is move 20 already, and they blitzed out all these moves.
yeah, modern chess. Both of these players have seen this position already. Probably been some high-level games, some correspondence games. The bar is showing us it's kind of equal.
Right.
So this just looks like one of those positions where it looks just very, very level and reasonable, and probably some long computer line is showing a drawish ending somehow.
Yeah, very, very strange line actually. Black, the most played move here is pawn takes a2, rook takes a2, knight c4, hitting the queen, queen goes to d4, queen b3, attacking the rook on a1. You play knight to c3, yeah, both rooks are under attack, knight c3, and here in this position, the move that has been played is rook to c8, rook f to c8. Rook 8 to c8, yeah, sorry.
rook 8 to
c8, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say this rook is useful here.
Yeah. But like, my question is what happens after d6? Because like, I would be so scared to play the position when I know that my opponent has a pawn on d6.
You can take on b2, hitting the rook and hitting the knight. And that looks... Well, I mean, that looks reasonable. There's all kinds of tactics, yeah, because then if you move the rook, I can actually think about taking, right? And then your other rook is hanging. So you have to be very careful here with white. Very, very careful. So we'll see. Plenty of game left there, if it's not already analyzed to the end.
I agree with that. Moving forward to next board, here we have board 6. Sava Vetohin against Max Haas.
Yeah, this position we're not going to spend too much time on. We had something similar in a game yesterday. It's kind of, it could have come from a London, it could have come from a Slav. I don't know where it's come from. We'll flick through it really quickly. So Queen's Gambit exchange. And again, I haven't really got stopped at any moment there to discuss the details, but this is a position we find ourselves in where, typical kind of structure for these openings. Black has spent a few more tempi than normal. He's still lagging behind in development of his queen side, which could mean something later on down the line. But should be okay for Black. Should be okay. Okay. Board 7 is very, very interesting. We have Soforoni against Ilampati. And the reason why this is so interesting is because it's the first time I've seen the Dutch defense played today in this tournament, the Dutch defense. We saw a bird, so with colours reversed, but a Dutch. F5, bishop f4, knight f6, e3 and d6, knight c3 and e6. So a fairly kind of flexible way of playing against the Dutch. It's kind of a London/Jabava setup. Knight c6, knight f3 makes total sense, and g6 back, playing all of these pawn moves, trying to keep a lot of flexibility, a lot of elasticity in his structure. Bishop d3, bishop g7, and now look at this. Wowzers, g4 immediately, very ambitious. The idea,
oh wow.
Yeah.
Like that.
The idea is that if you take twice, white has got this very important tactic, rook takes h7, which effectively wins the game because g6 is hanging, and after takes, you win the rook back, the black king is exposed, and you've won an extra pawn in the process. So this is something that you have to be careful of, which is why black played queen e7. And it's over to white. So it's white's move here. So
yeah, seems like a sharp start in this game. The game that I want us to go is board 27. We have Mobina
27.
Ali Nassab against Gavin Ming Yang Kong. And actually, this is pretty funny looking position. If we go just back and take a look what has happened, would be great. So we had the Sicilian, where white actually decided to be violent and to sacrifice the piece for 2 pawns.
Yeah, so it's bishop g5 and queen f3, fairly standard line, and bishop takes b5. Yeah. Not the most played move here. This sacrifice is obviously, you have to be in the mood to play such a sacrifice and have some idea. Other moves like...
Yeah, look at her time situation, 1 hour and 23 minutes, and the opponent has spent so much time. This is a home preparation
for sure
for Mobina. So let's see next moves. Bishop takes pawn takes bishop, and then this is not the end, actually. After queen moves away, now white decided to take the pawn on d6 with the rook. And we have the brilliancy here. So if you take with the bishop, you just lose the queen. And yeah, that looks not so promising. And now black also does the crazy move here and takes the pawn on a2.
Wow.
Another brilliancy here. Look at
so
that.
A counter kind of sacrifice where black is saying after knight takes a2, queen takes maybe
b5.
I can, yeah,
queen takes b5, yeah.
I'm hitting a few pieces. The rook can move away here, but then maybe like
you have queen to a5.
Queen to a5.
Hitting the knight.
You mean in which position?
In this position.
In this
So
position.
yeah, I'm looking at the engine, and you go just a second. In this position, you just take the pawn on e4.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And the bishop and the queen are hanging, so you have to go rook to d4 there.
Right. Rook to d4.
Rook to d4. If you go rook to d4, then we have quite nice move, knight to h5, hitting the queen and the bishop at the same time.
Queen h4.
Queen h4, and we have h6.
And h6. Wow, that's all very computery, but maybe it works. It's very computery. Okay, well look, I mean, it's very difficult for me to say like who's doing well here. I mean, I like the fact rook 6 a2 has been played.
The main line is not knight a2. The
Okay.
main line is something different. If we just can go back
Wow.
in this position, there's knight to c7 check.
Knight, wow.
Yes,
Wow,
I
wow.
love this game. This is actually so nice
Oh
game.
wow, that's
It's just-
beautiful.
so if you take this knight with a
Yeah.
queen, you're gonna have rook to e6, king goes on d8, and you have rook to e8. Knight is pinned, so you
Yes.
have to take with the king, and you're losing the queen.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
I've never actually seen that, like in that kind of construction.
so beautiful.
So you don't take on
Tactics.
on
So you don't take this knight, right? After knight to c7, you go king to d8.
Yeah, knight to c7, king to d8. And
Well, if you go king to e7, that's a
Oof.
blunder,
yeah, that
because
looks-
now you can take knight a2,
Mhm.
and if you take the queen to c7, the same thing, rook to e6, and you lose the queen. So king to
You have to
d8
play
is
king
only
d8.
move. And now white goes with knight e6 check, sacrificing a knight.
What's the
You
idea?
take that, and now you take the rook.
Ah,
So you gave up your knight, but you took the e6 pawn. You make sure that black will not castle.
But our
again.
rook is also on pre, right? So he can take
Yeah,
our
you can
rook.
take there. The
And we
line
are
continues
and we're
with
a piece down.
queen to d4. Black can take the pawn on e4.
Mhm.
Bishop f6. Knight is pinned. Pawn takes f6.
Wow.
And in this position, if you have done your homework, you can be capable to find the move knight to b4 with idea knight c6. And actually, this is equal position.
That's amazing. And now I don't think either of these players have done that much homework. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think
mean,
Mabina has done it.
do you think so?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
When you sacrifice the bishop b5,
Yeah.
how difficult is to go to this line with the computer help at home?
Yes.
I think she knows the ideas.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, it's very interesting. Thanks for pointing that game out. All right. Any major news? Board one.
Board one, we have some moves. Yeah, we have some moves here.
Yeah, we have some moves. And
So after e5, we had knight to d5.
yeah, knight d to e4.
Yeah, knight d2 has been decided. Queen there, and knight to e4. This kind of positions, like to me, looks like checkers. Too many pieces in the center.
Castle's queenside. Look at that,
Castle's
Ido
queenside.
Gorstin. Castling on the long side. Love this move, actually, by him. Now the black pawns on the king's side can start rolling if they want. So this is a, a very, very double-edged position. Very, very double-edged. A lot can happen. Okay, we move on, and
We carry on to the next game, just looking if we have something exciting already. And oh, we do have very exciting
Okay.
game. Jules Moussart.
okay, yeah,
Here we have a second-seeded player from France. He's playing today on board 13 against Alejandro Dominguez Nunes, FIDE master
Nunes.
from Spain, and they have quite nice position. Maybe we can see what happened from the beginning. Because look at the time situation. It's not very often that Jules has less time than his opponent. He
Right.
likes to play very fast.
We had a Sicilian time, Manov. We've seen this a few times already, this tournament. Bishop e3, a6, and Bishop d3. This is a much more old school line. Knight f6 castles in knight e5. I used to play this a lot. h3, b5, and f4. All very standard, well known. Knight c4. You can take on d3 here as black, of course. But white's going to claim that you strengthen the center and allow the rook to come to the c file very quickly. So, knight c4, he took anyway, and queen d3, offering a queen trade. Very interesting. Black declined, and white said, okay, if you decline, I'm going to punish you. e5, the pawn goes to b4, excellent counter-attack there, e5, b4, takes on g7, and now f5, and this is the position. And we have a complete mess, actually, really, if I'm brutally honest. It's the sort of position that Moussart is going to be very happy with, because it's just very, very difficult to know if you're playing the absolute correct moves. And his margin of error is obviously much greater than white's, because when a lower rated player tends to make a big mistake against you, you can punish it, and it's not the same the other way around.
How about the king in the center for Jules? Maybe like he's spending a lot of time. He worries something about in his position. Do you think he will castle here short side and allow f6 happening?
Yeah, so he's got to be careful about that. Obviously, castles in f6 looks very dangerous. It looks winning, actually, because after bishop h8, you just go bishop f4 and swing the queen over to g3. So that actually just doesn't work. Yeah, that's no good.
A castle is not possible, but he has to make a move here, right? He has to. Is it f6 threat here?
Possibly, yeah. f6 might be a threat here. So it's not a straightforward position for Jules either. And as I say, I don't even know the objective evaluation of such a position.
Right. Let's see just some moves that are popping up. C takes b2 for sure is the move.
C takes b2.
Consider rook to b1, perhaps.
Rook to b1, rook to e1.
Rook e1 also a possibility.
Let's say here.
Yeah. And something is happening here. It's quite difficult, right, to navigate in this position if you've stayed for the first time.
I'm not sure what's going on here. I would take white because I think it's easier to play with white. And Jules has to be careful, you know. He already had a small accident in round 2. He doesn't want to lose today against a 23-20 rated player. That would be
talking about his opponent, I just met him, Alejandro, yesterday, and it's actually a very interesting story. That he is a twin brother of international master.
Oh, right.
They're identical twin brothers.
Right. Okay.
And he was telling us some funny stories that happened at a chess tournament. And basically it's funny because he said that every time we played against each other, even though his brother is international master and he's a FIDE master, they always end up with a draw.
Ah, there you go.
So they have very, very strong connection. It's
only
him.
A lot of brothers and sisters, when they do play in tournaments, they do agree a draw, right? If you look at the Sitges sisters.
Yeah.
But there are some sisters that do fight, I think. Maybe some brothers that fight. Brothers certainly, but I think there are now some sisters. But there are so few instances of two sisters that both became grandmasters and even world champion and whatever.
Polgar
Right.
sisters
Well,
and the Muzicek sisters, right?
Polgar sisters, Muzicek sisters. There's probably one other group of sisters.
Kostynik sisters are also chess players,
Yes.
but the sister of Alexandra is not a woman grandmaster or
Yeah.
grandmaster.
There are probably some other examples. Anyway, it's very interesting as a talking point.
Yeah, it could be so much fun to play as a little child when you have your twin brother next
Yeah.
to you. You can just,
Absolutely.
mess up a little bit the things. This game is very interesting. I don't know, this time situation worries me somehow. Maybe he's in some
No.
calculation. Actually, in
Plenty of time.
in this situation after rook to e1, the engine says you play bishop to b7, and you have a slightly better situation here. Let's say f6. Bishop can go back to f8 and try to develop this bishop somewhere on c5 or on b4. You can play next rook to g8.
Can I play this move?
That's a fancy move.
Maybe just rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8 is a good resource.
And the point is that, if I go knight g7 check, it's very unusual. You can probably just take it all. Sure, I've got some dark square compensation, but whether it's enough or not, I really don't know.
They made a move. Let's check it out. What is the move that Jules has already played? He actually took the pawn and rook is on e1.
Yeah, exactly. So we probably have this exact position, I would guess, on the board.
Yeah, this is the exact position we have on the board.
Good.
All right. It's getting actually interesting. Before we take our first break, let's take a look at second board. The first board is still same situation.
Okay, so this is getting exciting, but second board. Okay, this is Song. Also not very exciting, very, very solid from Jing Yaotin. What is White supposed to be doing here, Edward Song? Looks very difficult to make something work.
Shall we do something like bishop to h6 to stop like castling on the short side?
Yeah, I like that move. Bishop h6. I like that. So knight to d7.
And let's say we go rook to e1 to try to build up something on the e-file.
Can I castle?
Ah,
Maybe.
that's crazy.
Well, I can't castle on the king side, and I don't think I can just leave my king there.
I was thinking after a long castle, I will play with white queen to f3 to go after f7 pawn.
Yeah? I think that's a very weak pawn. I like bishop h6. I think that's a good move. I would like to see Song play that. It's an aggressive move, and the line you just showed me there doesn't look like it's just straightforward for black to get out of. So very interesting.
And the next board, we can just see them on the screen. They're playing very fast. Both players from China probably know each other quite well.
We've probably
Look
got
at that.
Yeah, we've got one of these. I mean, they're playing so fast that, unfortunately, I hate to break it to you guys, that this position has been known to both of these players. I'm not saying that they agreed to get here. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they both know it. And we have a stone drawn ending. It's going to go something like e takes d5, queen d4, queen c4. And there's really just nothing you can do here, basically. It's just queen trades, rook ending, and we've seen this 1,000 times. This kind of rook ending is just an easy draw. So that will end in a draw, that one there. All right, I think now is actually a good time for a break. So we're gonna go for our first break. Of course, we're still in.
Yeah, we have a sunset actually.
We have a sunset.
And yeah, I repeated. I said that yesterday, and will repeat today to you. My favorite thing about this tournament is that we have a time to enjoy our day, our sunny day, especially in the cold December. We can still have a beautiful walk on the seaside, and then by the time sun goes down, the players and also us, we can focus on work. You guys don't go anywhere because all the actions will hit up in the round 5 at Sunway Sitges Festival, and we'll be back shortly in about 10 minutes. See you.
Thank you.
coming back from the first break here in the studio. We're Katy and Lawrence. We are in Sitges, beautiful place, very close to Barcelona in Spain, and we do have a chess festival. Round 5 in progress. We have all the games in right now in progress. We can see the playing venue as well. It's getting a little bit dark, but you know what? The players cannot even notice about that. What is very important for all of them is how they are holding on their positions. I'm suggesting to go to the board 1 to check it out, what happens. Yeah. We have some updates there.
Yeah, this got completely out of control, as we were thinking. This has come from an anti-Botvinnik, which looks more like a pure Botvinnik now. This is the position. This is a sort of game where you could go really deep in every single move. Mm-hmm. And d5 has just been played. Very thematic move here by Amwesh playing with white. You know, it's very difficult to say what's going on here. If you just look at this position, it's very difficult to know who's better or not. But one thing's for sure is that in a normal Botvinnik, black has got a lot more sort of activity on the king side. There are more open lines and there are better squares for the pieces. Here I don't get that feeling. I don't get the feeling that black's pieces are actually that great. I really like d5. And if you ask me, who would you take in this position, white or black, I would say white instantly.
Yeah, I like white as well, because I like this open A file. That king is on the queen side. You have some opportunities to find some like nasty sacrifices, something like rook c1, knight b5, bishop c4, or maybe b3 somewhere. You have a beautiful center as well. And somehow I don't see any plan from black side. Black needs some time here to start the king side attack with bishop e7, h5, h4, and still there's not too many pieces on the king side for black, right? So white's plan is pretty much clear.
Well, it still needs some. I mean, black's. I don't think black can do that because after bishop e7, I think you can just go d6, and the bishop will probably have to go back to f8. So I don't think. I think black wants to put the bishop on g7, if anywhere. Do you do it now? Does this move make sense? I guess it makes some sense to attack the e5 pawn. But these are typically you don't start worrying about. I mean, this is not a position where we start worrying about pawns. Also, you've got to be careful of some 94, 95, 94, 96 jumps. Oof. There are ideas of going b3 here as white.
Yeah, b3 is actually the most dangerous move here. Because after taking on e5, let's say knight takes c5, you can take on c4. And after b4, you have this move, queen to e3.
Wow, okay.
Which is suggested by the engine. Yeah. So basically, if you take on c3, I will take the bishop e5, bishop e5, queen e5, and I have rook to f to b1 coming next.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
I have a beautiful position, bishop g4, queen c3 is hanging.
These open lines against the king, that's what it's all about. When you've got kings castled on opposite sides of the board, the important thing to remember is, have you got a quick attack? And here there is no attack for black and there is a full attack for white. So I would look at this position. If you showed me just this position, I would just assume it's winning for white.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's very beautiful. I wonder what happens if black reacts to capture the pawn on d5. Then what will be the situation? Pawn takes d5.
I guess we take.
Takes. Now the queen is hanging. Obviously, we don't want to give up the light square bishop. Then it will just weaken the queen side so badly. So yeah, it's so difficult to believe that black can find any resource there. So after knight d5, queen, let's say, goes on c6 or on e6.
Queen c6, bishop f3 looks very...
Perhaps queen e6.
Yeah, queen e6, okay. Now, the key move is here required. Not totally straightforward what white's best move is in this exact position.
How about bishop to f3.
Yeah, and then my question was, what are we doing against knight takes e5? Are we just going to take it, right? We can just take it, can we?
We can take it. Knight b6 check.
King c7 and
c7.
queen a5.
Beautiful. Knight c4 is a threat. Knight d5 is another trap. Any check there would work.
That looks very strong. So knight d5, queen e6, bishop f3 is probably what white is planning. And, you know, Ido Gorstein playing with black here, you're not happy. Like you
He's not happy. Look at his posture as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, you realize that you've got a worse version of a Botvinnik where you don't have even close to the same sort of counterplay.
Exactly. Well, I was wondering what is the best solution here, and then says go for h5 without developing the bishop right away.
You even drop a guy on g5.
Yeah, and let's see what happens after queen takes g5, how bad it can be. In this case, oh, this is actually funny. You can give another pawn, h4, bishop takes h4, and bishop h6.
Wow, that's very tough to play.
Queen goes on g3 and rook to g8, and you have
you do have two open lines.
Some
that's true.
kind of counterplay, but still white can have the advantage in that position.
I don't think white would take.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the pawn to be
h4
captured.
might be the move here.
h4 is the best move there.
Yeah.
After h5. So basically, if you take this pawn, g takes h4, bishop h4, somehow your kingside attack is stopped. The same happens after g4, so h4 is a key point there.
Yeah,
and if white finds this move after h5, white will claim
well, it's very findable.
advantage.
It's right, because black's threatening h4. So this move is just screaming out to be played. I'm going to say it now. I know we're early in the stream.
Say it.
I'm saying 1-0. I'm saying Anwesh has got a dream position against Gorstein with white, and he's got half an hour extra on the clock, and he's Indian, and he is...
He's Indian.
He's Indian, so he has to be good.
Description is Indian, is extra point, you know, you get extra...
Bishop g7 was played.
Bishop g7 has played.
Yeah, and now we're going to get precisely what I thought. This move b3, this is so thematic. This is so nice, this move. You are just trying to break this wall of pawns, and I would be shaking in my boots as black here. I would be just...
What is another move, if not b3, if white is not finding this move?
White finds this move. Trust me, white finds. This move is an insta move in all of these structures. Other moves are a bit more difficult, right? Because it's difficult to defend the pawn on e5. You don't want to just allow knight takes e5 for nothing. If
you play queen e3,
then you drop
the pawn on d5, and look the pawn's chain there.
Yeah,
it's very beautiful.
A lot of very, d4's coming. So actually, when you really boil down this position, for what we know about modern chess, there is actually only one move that makes sense, which is b3.
b3, love that.
I think it's the only move that makes sense. Now, your guy on the screen there, Anwesh, international master, he's got a few grey hairs. So let's start with that. So he's not a young gun Indian, but
he's 32 years old.
Is he only 32? Wow.
He's only 32.
He's going to kill me when he listens to this.
Yeah, exactly.
32?
Yeah, he's 32 years old.
Are you sure?
Born in 1992.
He's 32?
Yes.
He looks 10 years older than me. And No, I'm only joking. Nah, he's no, look, is that a bit of a grey beard? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the light.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong. I've got a grey beard. Look, they're really going to kill me now. Oh, yeah.
It's not?
No. If I let it get really long, I can see the grey. I've got greys to grow my patchy hair.
How old are you?
39 nearly.
Okay.
Yeah, 39. Anyway, this guy's like 10 years younger than me nearly. But he probably plays better chess than me as well. I want him to play b3. I want him to win the tournament. Now that I'm gonna get so much hate on Twitter. I can just feel the direct messages coming in from the continent, but it's okay.
He's doing a great job, actually.
Is that grey hair or not? I'm just sorry. I thought he was older. 32. Come on, you're telling me he looks 32? He looks older than 32, right?
I'm 32.
But does he look older than 32?
I barely see him. Like, we have a half head.
I would have said
let's
I would have given him another 10 years.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway, he's a great chess player, and that's all that matters.
But also, like, look at Gukesh. He looks much older than he is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm not saying it as it's not an insult. I'm just saying I just thought he was older.
Yeah, he looks older, but he looks good.
Yeah, he looks great.
That's
he
your
looks
point.
great. Yeah.
In fact, Gukesh
Yeah.
played in Sunway Sitges Chess Festival back in 2018, and he got the first prize under 12th category.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
In another tournament, the first Formentera Chess Festival, which is kind of like a family, like the same group of tournament, he won the first edition.
There you go.
And I remember that we have this tradition of jumping in the swimming pool if you're the winner,
That's
and
right.
they're doing it every year, and then they're throwing all the chess players in the swimming pool, and I love that tradition.
That's
I
very
really,
cool.
really love it. So yeah. Gukesh here. Today I was just walking by, and there were a lot of little kids running to the playing venue, and I was thinking like, oh my God, maybe one of these guys will be the world champion in like 10 years.
Well, they're only
and we will not even know that they were here at that
I think we're going to
point.
get a world champion that's 15 or 16 years old. That's my prediction.
Yes,
Yeah.
as young as it.
Yeah, I think we're going to get one. I don't know when, in maybe the next 5 to 10 years, but we're going to get a superstar genius who wins the candidates randomly, right? But does it even younger and is going to beat Gukesh's incredible record. Maybe not though, because his record is a lot of things have to work for you to qualify.
Exactly. It's
It's not so easy. Maybe his record will stand for a while. 18 years old.
18 years old, 18 world champion.
Did you see the videos today of him coming back to Chennai?
Oh, I have not seen. I have seen him jumping from the.
The bungee jump.
Yeah, bungee jump. I saw that.
That was very
I
cool.
have to see the.
Yeah, I mean, he's now
video.
basically he's the hottest thing in Chennai right now, and Vishy Anand still lives there, so yeah, quite impressive.
2 stars for tonight to
Superstar.
handle superstars. It is a dream for any person to have this. Ambassador of a sport in your own country. I would be so proud if there is a Georgian person. And somehow sport can put people together, right? When you support one person or a team, you can just...
But wait,
I
you
love
had a Georgian world champion.
2 of them.
2, yeah.
Yeah,
And
but I don't know. I was not born when they were
yeah,
champions.
that's true.
So I don't know how that really feels.
But Georgia has not produced a serious elite player for a long time, right? Apart from Badur.
Badur, yeah, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
You've got a load of really good players, but elite. I don't think there's been a Georgian player. Okay.
That's true.
Well, we move on. Let's go to this
move on.
position here. Board 3. Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Thibaut Dudonno. I better find out how you actually say that. Dudonno. Thibaut playing black. And Marc-Andrea, well, we've got a very interesting position strategically speaking. Because black has got this backward pawns on e6, d5, and there's been a trade with dark square bishops, so all of the black dark squares are extremely weak. And white is able to occupy those squares with pieces. If the knight from c3 could get to e5, that would be absolutely glorious, and it's not that difficult to get there. What I love about white's position is this, the pawn on f3. How it does such a great job restricting the enemy knight. And this looks in general like a very, very promising position, I would say, long term. Although it's still a lot of work because black is successfully defending his weaknesses. But it feels better for white, right?
Feels better because of the pawn structure. White has this d4 pawn, just one pawn which is weak, and black has two pawns connected to each other. But as I said earlier, it looks really good for white, but black can hold on it. It's not so bad actually. There are some ideas to get this knight 98, 96, knight f5 to go after d4 pawn. You can do that. One way.
I like that.
So basically, you don't really touch this bishop d7.
No.
The concept that you want to improve all the pieces is not working in this position. The bishop is the key piece to hold your center together. Another thing, what you can do is to push the queen side pawns with b5, b4, to just annoy this knight and get another rook on c8. So those are the ideas for black to carry on this position. Let's go further and check it out next game. They're actually playing. It's quite surprising for me. They trade the queens.
We got to somewhere like here before the break.
Yes.
There was a queen trade and we have this ending. Rook and 4 against rook and 3. So white has got an extra pawn.
Oh, they just finished.
Yeah, white has got an extra pawn, but because of the situation of the pawns, it's not enough. And now I really like what black did. He went rook e8, king f2, and now only rook b8, because now you're taking the pawn with check. Very important. And after king f3, you can give a check, and finally you can take. You just had to do a bit of calculation here that you weren't going to lose something, but after king e4, they did agree a draw. After all, it is 3 against 3. You've got a passed a pawn, which can act as a really good sort of...
Yeah, not very bad scenario for these two players, Li Di and Xiu Minggu. They are still among the leaders.
Yeah.
They are not, as we see, didn't really spend too much of energy in this round, going to the break with all the energies still charged. Okay, so we still have so many things happening. I was wondering what is happening on the game of Jules Moussard that he played on the board 13.
Okay. Yikes. Wow. Well.
Oh, you know what? This is exactly what you showed to me. Takes, and knight f5.
Ah, some knight f5 happened, yeah.
So you can take this knight because bishop b6 or bishop f4 wins the queen. Bishop went back to f8.
Yeah, and black is basically saying, yeah, it looks really scary. Like, if you're playing black here, this looks very, very dangerous. But actually, white doesn't have a clear breakthrough move, and it's really important that you've got this pawn on b2, because this pawn can act as a good way to distract the white pieces at the right moment with a timely b1 equals queen. So I get why black is doing very, very well here. I understand.
Exactly. And now the threat is rook to g8 and queen to c6 to team up against g2 pawn. And you cannot do any counterplay when you have yourself the weak spot on g2.
Yeah. All right. Well, very, very tough game there. A lot to analyze. Okay, is there any other game that looks extremely interesting at the very top?
Let me check, as we had some of the games going really nicely. I'm gonna just do a double check.
Let's just quickly go while you check go to board 2, because I'm very curious what happened. White did not play your bishop h6 move, which I thought was very interesting in this position here, but instead played the move pawn to c4, castles. That was a trade on d5, queen takes d5, keeping the isolated queen's pawn, And we have the following position, which looks better for white, especially because you can put the bishop on f3. However, how much better it is? Well, maybe it is a lot better. Bishop f3.
Queen b5.
A4.
Queen b6, I suppose.
But now a5, right? And you've got to be careful that you don't run into
a6.
some a6 here.
Also, there's after queen b6. Can I play bishop e3 with threat d5?
Yes.
And if you take the pawn on b2, I'm going to get my rook on the 7th rank. Or actually, like rook b1, bishop b7 wins the material.
Yeah, this doesn't look that great for black.
Oh, on the first board, we have the move. And if we go there, we'll find out that
We have a
white was
move?
capable to find the move.
He found
b3.
b3? Yeah, of course he did.
it.
Of course he did. Pawn to b3. Really, really good move. Very thematic, but ultimately just very good, ripping apart the protection of the black queen side and forcefully allowing white to gain access to some key squares and some key diagonals and files, and bringing the rook to b1 here, for example, as white is just humongous. So everything is going well for Anwish so far in this tournament, and now in this game. So this is very, very promising.
Yes, indeed, it's quite nice. There is this game between Daniel Gormali against
Gormali?
Atharsh. Atharsh.
Yep, so Danny Gormali. Haven't really spoken about Danny yet because he's on what was probably
He has 3 out.
3 out of 4. Made a couple of draws. Danny is a very experienced, strong grandmaster from the UK. His rating is nowhere near where it should be. He should be at least 2,500. He's very talented as Danny. But okay, life gets in the way and you can lose a lot of rating points. But this position here, what do we think is going on? You brought it up for a reason.
Yeah, so if we just go back.
Go for it.
Let me just quickly start it from the beginning. We started Sicilian, pretty standard classical setup, where black gives up the bishop and gets this knight on d7 instead. Was one of my favorite openings, this one.
What this?
I like to play with h6, knight h7,
Oh, yeah.
bishop to g5
Yes.
to trade the dark square bishops,
Yes.
and then f5. But I was not bringing this rook here. I needed this rook here to start the king side attack. I really love this one.
Okay.
So in this game we have a bit of different plan, and now we have e4 instead.
Correct. Yeah.
So take
But
stakes.
this got very okay. Go on. Yeah.
Take stakes, and h5 has been played as a last move. Seems like they are both fighting here, and h5 to me is a very ambitious move. And usually I like to see moves like that because they are always quite promising, h5, g5, g4, h4 for the king side attack. But yeah, but he's not really buying it, right? He's just going bishop to d4, centralizing the bishop. And I just wonder what happens after h4 if we just keep it going.
Doesn't really threaten much. So, also I'm not saying here, but in some positions I can take it. Probably don't do it here because of some queen g4 check or.
We can just keep it in this way.
Yeah.
And in fact, like, let's just find the pass move somewhere. Oh, I can't find the pass move. Yeah, let's just get this one here. So if you take, I can at least take here. My point is that after taking here, you might also get yourself an open h file, and white is the first who gets that.
Yeah, that looks very dangerous.
Yeah, but like in my opinion, this is very sharp game, and can be anyone's game. Currently, we have this position, bishop to d4, and white is thinking, or black is thinking probably h4 or queen to g4 and then h4. But seems like white has just slightly better position because of the activity of the pieces. Yeah, it's getting really slow, right? The players are taking some time here. For instance, after b3, black is taking here some time. Not very easy decision to make, because like you cannot just take this pawn because this one is hanging.
Yeah,
perhaps
taking just
95.
loses because there's knight d6, exactly.
Knight goes on d6. We have seen also the moves like after taking here, this is not so good either, or taken here. So black has here Ido Gorstein, pretty difficult task to solve, and he is down to 39 minutes.
Yeah.
And still many moves to go before the time increment. Moving forward, let's check if we have here any updates.
Yeah, queen b5, we looked at this and we said a4 here.
Still, like, see, they're just thinking right now. They're taking some time. Not moves yet.
Yeah, but it looks...
Also, not moves here. This board has been finished.
This game. This was interesting, right? Because the knight was on h8. It did find its way to f7 eventually. So there was a trade here on g5.
And knight c4.
Yeah.
Attacking the queen. Queen d2 now. And we had long castle, and currently this is the position. Seems fine to me. From both sides, it's okay. Black has its own plans, like rook to c8 to double the rooks there, to go after the king, and white also has its own ideas, something like, I don't know, bishop d3, king b1, somewhere g4. Pretty equal to me.
Yeah, a lot of game left. A lot of game left.
All right.
You're going to be driving the vehicle today, Ketty. So you choose the next games.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look to this game as well. And here we have this call-spot structure, and yeah, again, pretty equal position. Nothing very special. White is preparing here to go with b4 next move, and the idea of this move is to create the weakness on c6. So we're coming with the next move b5, and then white will have a target, but usually it is not enough to just win this pawn, and black is okay to guard it, but still this is something very interesting. And the time situation, Sava Vetohin has 1 hour and Max has only 37 minutes. So very often it is a dedication that one of the side is not comfortable if spending too much time. And here I would say that Sava might just feel a little bit more comfortable in this position. Moving forward to the next board, we had this one, and after g4, let's check it out what happened. We have g4 pawn exchange to f5. Both of them has long castle, and bishop d3 to b5. That's actually a very interesting move to me, because this bishop is controlling e4 square. So any way you can take this knight if you want, but instead of controlling it, goes there. Perhaps looking for d5. Do you think d5 is the idea of bishop b5? Because it's a bit mysterious move to me.
I don't know about d5 because you open up the long diagonal for the dark square
for
bishop.
This one, yeah.
It's a bit of a strange move, bishop b5. Might just ask black, sort of, what are you doing here? So...
It's a waiting move.
Some kind of useful improving move, at least that's what white is intending, Julian. But I'm not totally convinced.
Right. We can quickly take a look to the other boards as well. Okay, here we are. This can be interesting. Okay, yeah, let's go. Starting probably from the very beginning. Nikolzy Shamtov against Krzysztof. Krzysztof Raczak, international master from Poland. We have a London system. Oh, look at this knight jumps. 92, knight f1, 93, knight g4. I've never seen knight g4 before. Have you seen it?
Well, yes, in some similar Caracan structures I've seen it.
And f6 just stopped it.
I like f6.
I like f6. You're like, yeah,
You
you're
just
just
control the
stopping it.
square. I feel as though black's better here. Just because the queen is not that great on c1, the knight is not that great on g4. White is lacking a real plan. Like, what are you actually supposed to be doing here, improving your position? I think it's not the same at all for black. So I actually expect Krzysztof to put on serious pressure here.
And going forward to next game, this is something that is very interesting. Look at this position, so many pieces on the board. Let's just quickly take a look what was the opening. So here we had the Sicilian.
Well, so you've gone through that very fast. Very fast.
Where do you want me to stop?
Well, I mean, it's a very trendy line to play with this early queen b6 and with an early a5, trying to pester this knight. So yeah, it's worth pointing out that it's very trendy to play like this. But you do give away some squares, which is what White has done. He's put a knight on b5. Anchored in nicely there, and you've got a really nice space advantage here with White. I think Adichie has to be very happy about the position here. It's a little bit loose, so big mistakes will be punished. But yeah. I would take White here all day, basically.
I was wondering where is Ivanchik today. Let me quickly check him. Just scrolling down. 3 out of 3.
Yep.
And he is playing against Piotr Brezhina. So it should be somewhere there on the top boards. Here, yeah, I got it. Okay, this is interesting.
Okay.
This is interesting. Maybe we can take a look
Yep.
from the very beginning. So takes Sicilian.
With Queen D3.
Yeah, we have seen this line earlier. Takes the knight.
Yeah, now
queen
we're in a
takes.
quite a well-known Richter Rouser.
Takes and queen to d6. Yeah, I play this one myself, and sometimes I play it. Sometimes I take with the pawn too, because in this line you are giving up the pawn. But you're claiming that that's okay. But what I do, actually, sometimes I just take here, king e7, and then I play it to go after this one. But black decided to keep the bishop, dark square bishop, on the board. And currently this is the position. So Ivanchuk has sacrificed the pawn. But black definitely has full compensation because of the pair of bishop.
Yeah. Evident compensation and a position that Ivanchuk will have played many, many times in his life. The white pieces aren't really working well here together at all, but you are a pawn down and you have to find a way while white is solid. But I would enjoy playing this position, I think, with black. And yeah, I think Ivanchuk will enjoy this challenge.
Yeah. All right, it was his decision to go to this position with a piece down, pawn down. Let's see what was the updates in this game
okay.
after b3. Here, black decided to capture on e5 with the bishop, and takes on c4 is not the accurate move. After b4, there was something.
Well, let's not worry too. Well, okay, yeah, we can have a look. See what the machine says.
Yeah. So the best would be to take here and queen to e3.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm just looking at the time, and seems like white spent about 3 minutes to think for the move, and black spent then 1 minute because it was much easier.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that much time to spend in this critical position, right?
Correct.
So after this one, we can take now, and b4 can be met by knight to d5.
It looks losing.
Yeah. And you have some ideas here. Plenty of ideas. Actually, you can also do d6 to lock down everything, bishop to f7. You can also do just check and go here at some point after bishop f3.
Mm-hmm.
But why we can do the same in the current position. So after taking here and b4, knight b5, this gives some chances to black. Do you think black can take the rook on a1?
I wouldn't have thought so, no. It looks like losing that bishop is just gonna
Knight f7.
Yeah,
is
knight
such a
a7 is an
serious
immediate threat.
Yeah.
Looks way too good.
Instead of this, you can just take here on d5.
Yes.
And just to, carry on either to play f5, either to play rook e8 here. And somehow white's attack is slowed down here, and the bishop on e5 is just a perfectly placed piece.
Mm-hmm.
So this game actually can get in very interesting direction. Before has been played. These last two moves has not been the most accurate according to the engines, but like when you're playing here, to me, b takes c4 is such a natural move to take. Before also a very natural move to play. So currently this is the position, and I suggest to take now a very short break because at this point we have basically no moves getting to us. The players are thinking we have the board one here, Anvesh deep in his thoughts. He should be very careful with his time not to drop it too much, because the position is very, very tense.
Yes.
And by the time we're back, guys, we're going to have more and more games to analyze. So don't go anywhere, because we will be back shortly. Coming back from the break, this is Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, round 5. We have most of the games in progress. Just one top game is down on the board. 3-4. We have Di Li against Xiu Mun Guo from China, both of them, and they made a draw. Going to the rest day with 3 points, 4 points out of 5. But rest of the games are still in progress. Let's quickly pull up the board on the screen so we can check it out what is happening on the top board. Last time we checked this game was here when we had move bishop e5, and we predicted that we're going to have the line like that: b takes c4, b4, and knight to b5. And in fact, this also happened in the game. So this is currently the situation. Seems like White had an opportunity to get a better position, get an advantage, and right now, according to the engine bar, it is even in the middle, says that Black has now got chances to equalize the position, and there are different ways to do so. The first way to do is to capture the pawn on d5, or you can capture the bishop on g3. Those two moves are possible. The bishop from e5 controls a lot of dark squares on the queen side and makes sure that the king is safe, and also the pawn is gone. The central pawn from e5 is gone. So let's say pawn takes pawn here, we take it back, And in this case, you can either take on g3 or make sure that your rook is in the center. I really like to take here in this position, and now to bring the rook on e8 and to play this one. Seems like there is not that much easy plan anymore for white to proceed. There's one check here, but you can move your king on c7, and after knight to b5, actually they can just repeat the moves. Let's say rook goes here, we go here, and we come back. This is possibility to end in a draw. I don't really believe this game will end in this way, but that's the possibility. So here Ido Gorstein captured the pawn on d5, and now it is time for Anvesh to think and figure it out how to proceed in this position. Meanwhile, we will go to the second board and check out what is happening there, if we have any updates. And the last time we checked, actually we checked this variation here after a4, queen to b6. Queen can't go too far because the pawn on b7 is hanging. So after queen to b6, I really like to move bishop e3, but this bishop is already on h6. I decided to bring this one here, and it is actually interesting. What will be the plan? Let's say if the queen goes on, b6, then what we're gonna do? This seems to be not the best option for black. I still like bishop to a3 with the idea to play d5 next move. There's also a5 move you can do here with white. The problem here for black is that the knight is still not developed, and also the pawn on b7 is under attack. Another idea that I just figured out is also queen to f. Okay, let's not lose this pawn actually. Queen h4, maybe queen h4, queen to f6 to go after the king. That's another opportunity to do. So Edward, we can see him on the screen, very much focused against Tin Jingyao. Edward Song has played so far really incredibly nicely last 2 games, and he has shown his best. He doesn't have any Grandmaster norms, but the way how he's doing in this tournament, having 4 out of 4, he is very close to get at least his first norm. His opponent, Tin Jingyao from Singapore, is as a Grandmaster 2588 rated, and also him had really nice games earlier, but tied one of the games and has half a point less than his opponent. Moving forwards to the board 3, here we had 2 French players facing each other, and we were just thinking that it's going to be equal position but not drawish. So let's check it out what has happened. We stopped here at some point, and yeah, we mentioned some of the ideas here for black, and one of the idea was to play b5 and b4. So we can see that white actually provoked that to happen, and here we have rooks doubled on the c file, and currently this is the position the engine gives here, the evaluation in favor to white, even though black is doubled on the c file. White is not really scared of these rooks, because all the squares are actually controlled by white's pieces, and only one square that is not controlled is square c7. So any of this rook can is welcome to go at the square. So in this position, what we can do, I think we can do rook to e1 to increase the pressure here. But the question is how we're going to improve the position. We will need to get the knight here on c5. So that's knight d3, knight c5 would be just amazing, but we're gonna drop the pawn on d4. So how about we play move bishop to f2? This looks a little bit weird to get the bishop back to the passive defense, but hey, it's gonna work, I guess. So let's just make some passing move, and knight to d3, knight c5 next move. There was something better, but that was a passing move, so I will just not very much focus on that. I like this position for white. Look at this. weaknesses, and knight from c5 will actually attack all those weaknesses, and black has to be careful not to trap this rook after b. Oh, hold on, the pawn on a6 is hanging actually. Oh my goodness, I just realized this pawn is hanging. Shall we take it here now? Probably we allow this and this to happen. So bishop f2 is such a beautiful move. We also just cover this one, and now black has to guard this pawn, so you cannot just play moves like that, because we will take here and jump on c5. Even better conditions. So if you play something like this, this is so passive. Oh my god, I don't like that. So I'm gonna go here, then knight c5, then I'm gonna play b3, and this rook will be trapped. So you have to avoid this one if you're here with black. Here in this position, Mark Andrea Maurizi already played bishop to f2. He is 17 years old, grandmaster, has been a talent from France for years and years. You don't need to ask him two times to find moves like that. He did that, and now his opponent has a difficult task to solve all the issues that bishop f2 brings. Pawn on a6 is hanging, and knight is going towards c5 square. Moving forward to the next game, we have this position. Not much of the updates here. They are just taking it more easy. All these moves that we were mentioning earlier, bishop has developed here, rook has developed here, g4 has happened, and here maybe white will try something to break through with this pawn on g5, even to prepare that with rook f1 to g1, rook d1 to g1, and somehow to push this rook there. I was also thinking like moves like this, for instance, rook g1, knight to g3, and some naughty sacrifices like this and this could also work, and then to bring the queen, or to bring the knight here, rook to g1, and to play knight h5 or knight to f5. There are moves like that too. So yeah, white has some ideas on the king side. g5 is also another idea that you can consider here to play. Well, we have to keep going and come back to here later on, and the engine skyrocketed here in this position, so we're gonna focus in here. What has just happened? There was some beautiful oh wow, oh no, bishop b5, this is, and oh no, and black played a6 here. Oh, that's a blunder. Black didn't consider this sacrifice here. White got 2 pawns already. The king is exposed, and there's only knight here on c6 in defense. So if white managed to get this rook here, black is done. So d5, kicking this knight away. Rook d4, beautiful one. And rook c4 now going for c7 pawn. Wow, that's a tough one. If you go rook to c8 in this position, I have knight here, and also it's a possibility to go there. Another thing is that you're kind of stuck here. These pawns are blocking the pieces, and you cannot really do much about it. Is that the game we're looking at? Oh, black is in hoodie. Black player Lamparty is in hoodie. Let me check. This player, international master from India, 2400. He is only 15 years old. Oh wow, he's only 15 years old. We cannot see his face. He has hoodie. He's not comfortable in his position. Yeah, I would not be comfortable in his position either. What a blunder, unfortunately, by his side. And well used by Julian Sofrone. So yeah, black needs a miracle here to survive. Let's make some more moves. Like let's say knight to e8 to guard the pawn on c7. And our camera got his face anyway. We found him, even though he was covering. Now I think the best would be just to bring the knight here, or knight to here. That would be the best choice here. There is also bishop g5. You can just bring the rook in the center, maybe even push e4. So many candidate moves. It takes some time to calculate all these moves actually, but I like all of them. I think my favorite is still knight to d4 with idea knight c6, and black is just paralyzed, cannot do much. Another game just next to this one, board 6, Sava Votehin against Hasmax. What is in this position? Bishop to f5. Oh, okay, let's check it out. So we checked this one and we mentioned about this plan before. So b5 has happened. White was trying to create the weakness on c6. So here we have some changes. And double pawns on c6. Double pawns on c6. White goes right away knight to a4 to attack the pawn on c4. And black is sacrificing a piece in this position. So if you take on f5, I'm going to take here and I'm going to guard this pawn on c5. But the engine bar is not very much convinced in this position. I can just simply get back the queen on c2 and attack both of these pieces. That is also fine. Sava Vertohin now making his move. You can see them on the back around. He's wearing black jumper. Okay, so we have this position actually on the board. He captured the bishop on f5. That was must play move. He doesn't have much of the options here. After e4, you definitely don't want to weaken this pawn on d3. You can just pass here, or you can even take. Can I take here? Let me check. Takes. You take here. I take here. You take here, and yeah, I can do, I don't know, something like queen to a8, offered queen trade. Seems fine to me. So queen to takes f5 was the mandatory here, and his opponent responded with rook takes on a4. And as we said, queen c2 is quite natural move to double attack the pawn and the rook, and there is no way that you can avoid losing the pawn on c4. After losing this pawn on c4, white will have extra pawn, and that's why white has a big advantage in this position. Also keep in mind, you guys, that black has less than 20 minutes on the clock and white has 50 minutes, so that's a huge time advantage for white. Moving forward, as we can see on camera, Nicolas de Chamotava against Krzysztof Racek. So we have this position we were looking at, and the last time we saw this was f6. Black decided to be extra fancy with h5, kicking this knight on e3 and bishop to h2. Yeah, I made the mistake pronouncing the name. Polish names are always very tricky, and I think I said something like dark, right? Yeah, I think I said something dark. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. My Polish sounds different in my brain, and when I speak it's totally different. Apologies for that. So yeah, this position, we have a stonewall kind of situation, which means that we have a control over e5 square, and black has some task to deal with that. On top of that, there's also another pawn here on h5. It creates more space advantage, but the knight on e6 is the most crucial one that controls whole board. They have actually played more moves. Let me check. f4 has happened. Oh wow, h5, f5, h5, f4. So black is just pushing towards these pawns. That's not a good news actually for white. So let's check now what happens after knight to f1. What will be black's next decision. Is it g5, g4? I will not be surprised. Can we do something like that? g5, g4 to push the pawn. They're playing. So knight f1, I would expect this move to happen here. Knight c2 has happened instead. So, yeah, okay, makes sense. I would keep the knight close to the king, but maybe it's overloaded there. And also there could be some unpleasant jumps of this knight on b4 or d4 because there was a ping. So this knight now closes the file. So g5 is still my favorite move here, for sure. g4 next, going all in. Yeah, that's the task here for white to be solved. Not so easy though. So going forward to next game, let me check, because here I believe black will take some time to think. What can we do? Oh, this is interesting. How this queen got in here? Is it trapped already? Like if white has a pawn here on c2, if you play back house, not on c2, we need pawn on a2. That's when you're telling to your opponent, give me the pawn, I need a pawn, give me the pawn to put here and win the queen. So basically we need this bishop to get there. That's a long story, we cannot do that. So at this point queen is stuck here, but it's not trapped. It is not trapped and there is no way to get this queen. So something like that. Possible. These kind of positions are quite tense and quite packed actually. I really don't like it. I really don't like to play this kind of positions because too many pieces. I want to check back this game. Ivanchuk has sacrificed a pawn against Piotr Brezhina. And he's attacking now. Look at this. He's so active, trying to get some space advantage now, creating some pressure on the king side as well. The time situation is quite promising for Ivanchuk. White has here 15 minutes, but white has not much to worry here in this position because he has an extra pawn. Maybe it's not winning, but it is not bad at all. Piotr, let me check. He's, I think, 13 years old. I have to double check to make sure that is true. And we have one more result, so I'm gonna take you guys there too. But before that, we are going to check it out. The age of Piotr Brezhina. FIDE master from Poland, the brother, they're 13 years old, they're brothers, another brother is international master, according to my knowledge, and this is, oh, he's covering his, let's zoom a little bit in the playing venue to check it out, what is happening here. Oh wow, he's covering his face. It should be not so easy to play against legend, Vasily Ivanchuk. Yeah, it should not be easy for a little guy like Piotr, 13 years old. There are some spectators in the playing venue observing the games, this game particularly. Yeah, Ivanchuk has a great time management actually. He's doing really good on time. But there can be some moments when he's thinking like 20, 30 minutes in a row. But in this one, he's controlling pretty nicely. And the time situation, 15 minutes versus 42 minutes. Seems very interesting, Nothing decided yet. Seems like equal at this point, but anything can happen. Another game that has been finished, that is on the board 13, so I'm gonna just check it out. So here we have Jules Moussard winning the game. against Domingo Nunes Alejandro. And let's check it out, what has happened in this position. Very interesting battle indeed. After knight to f5, bishop went on f8, and rook to e2. Very logical move to guard g2. I jumped too far. Let me fix it. Let me fix this one. Okay, here. Rook e2 and knight h6 is an accuracy. Knight h6 is not the correct move. So here you might play some of like a c3 to get this pawn. You have to get this pawn as fast as possible. Something c4 or c3 would open the road for the rook to get. But instead, knight to h6 happened, and seems like a blunder. Takes, and queen to c6. Oh, just like that. Oh my God, you can't play this because the pawn is promoting. You cannot do this because this is not the scenario you want to have. And there's no any single way. Oh, knight h6 was a blunder. Oh no, knight h6 was a blunder. Yeah, this battery was quite strong. So the resignation happened here, but look at this strong battery together with this one. And basically, White had no chance to survive in this position, so resignation happened. So in this position, I still believe that White was fine, but after taking here on c2, maybe it was much better to play rook to b1, just to make sure that you have control over b2 pawn. All right, this game is also done, so 2 games out. Rest of them in progress. I have to quickly check it out, what is happening on the board 1. Oh, okay. Let's go. Knight b5 happened. And then we have pawn takes pawn. Bishop to g4, pinning the knight. Not the best choice according to the engine. Rook to e8, and we have rook to a7. White is going with all in. The players don't have an access, hopefully, to the engines. And they don't know what is really happening. And now it is just a matter of who evaluates this position the best. To me, it seems like White is super active, but Black has extra material. So, yeah, this is very sharp position. This is the game for anyone. Talking about today fair play, here we have actually the arbiters who are checking the players randomly, and also all the players who are playing on the top boards. They are checked before the game. We have seen them quite often. While players are arriving, the arbiter is checking them. So this is very important to have the fair play conditions for everyone. Yeah. Let's just wait here for a bit for Black to make the move. And what can be the next move? What is a threat here in this position? Maybe not too much threat, but White just wants to double the rooks and ignore this bishop exists here. Maybe just take here first, take, and then rook goes on a1. If I was White, I would also play somewhere like h3 just to make sure that I will not have funny checkmate, backrank checkmates. Yep, a lot of games are starting to be ended soon. The top boards are still in progress. Yeah, Black's king is protected by so many pieces. This bishop is also protecting, the knight is protecting, and this bishop and the queen. And of course the shield pawns. And like, yeah, all Black's pieces are so well coordinated. White's pieces are also well coordinated and attacking. Like all of White's pieces are like literally just standing so nicely. Yes, that's why this is still everyone's game. You cannot really choose any side here. The engine is choosing the Black side because a very materialistic approach is important for the a strong engine, but for human perspective, it is just double-edged position. Let me check what's the line that we are suggested here. To take on c4, to take on e5, and just ignore this and take on b5, because if you take on e5, you will drop something after knight d6 check, you have check and the bishop is hanging. So that's why you have to actually take the knight to get rid of this one. On b5, bishop goes back, queen goes back, sneaky tricky move, you have to be careful here. And after this one, the bishop is hanging, queen is hanging, rook e4 is the only move here, and it is okay. And black is having a slightly better position. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a very strong move. Look at this pawn chain. Look at this pawn chain. I like this pawn chain. They can start to move forwards. And basically, if you take, I take. Queen d6, you want to checkmate here. Is it a oh no, I'm checkmating first. Yeah, I'm checkmating first. So you cannot freely give up your stuff. You have to play f3 here. Yeah. And going back, I guess. Next move can be c3. Can be this one. Can get here. So yeah, black is coming back to normal. We see Mark Andrea walking and smiling, so we have to use this opportunity to go to his game and check it out. What happened? He got the pawn on a6. Oh no. So it's like not only me, and so I'm not the one who blunders the pawns on a6. So okay, let's check it out. Knight h5 has happened. Very mysterious move. Probably he wants to play knight f4 to distract the queen and get the knight, or the other way, to take this rook and then to play knight to f4 to go after g2. That's the possibility. But after knight h5, the knight moves away, takes the pawn, and never comes back on b4, probably on c5. So rook to c2 and queen to e3. Yeah, black decided to be very active here and to give up the pawn. I like that approach. Let's say if I take here, what happens? I'm gonna just play knight to c5, attack the bishop.
Yeah, thanks very much.
And when the bishop moves, I don't know, anywhere, I'm gonna just take the pawn on e6. And oh, I don't like this position at all. I can just push this pawn all the way. So yeah, that's currently the position. And I'm happy to welcome you back.
I'm back. Don't worry, I'm not gone. I'm okay. I'm just sorting some things out. So, what have I missed? It's been about half an hour. So what have I?
Yeah, we missed one result. Jules Moussard has finished his game, and
won?
Yeah, he won.
Okay.
Beautifully, and we actually have some turns of tables here on the board.
Wow.
One, and seems like black is taking things into his control.
Really? Mm-hmm. Looks still dangerous for black, but maybe you're right. Maybe the queen is just covering enough of the squares around the king for it to be good. So yeah, you can see by the machine, the machine likes black here. The pawns are going to start rolling, and then. But it looks like any result is possible still, right here, I would say.
Exactly. I like this pawn chain here.
Yeah,
situation. They can help each other to move forward.
Yes.
But still, you have to be very careful. You have to. I showed this line here. I was like, oh, how about queen d6 and checkmate? But you are checkmated yourself first.
Gotta be
and
careful.
Remember yesterday's game, this Georgian player had really nice attack, and then he played rook to e4. Also the same thematic.
Beautiful move.
Here, giving up your exchange, and not like that, but like f3 has been played. Oh no, this is the current position. This is the current position.
This is the current position?
Yeah, this is the current
position. Oh, this is
position.
totally different.
Yeah.
This is
I'm
totally
showing you the lines, actually.
This is totally different. What's going on here? This is an absolute mess.
Basically, the suggestion is to take the pawn on c4, and we might see this line afterwards.
And if I take on e5?
Then take here.
And if queen d6?
If queen d6.
You take on e5?
I take.
Yeah, it's something similar to what you were just showing, actually. Because you have to take, and queen c6 and f3 here. Very, very similar.
Exactly.
But, and the machine loves this for black. Absolutely loves it. Just says, white has got no attack. I've got enough defenders. Very surprising.
Exactly. Very surprising. There was a blunder, very funny blunder on board 6 that we checked earlier. So let's go back and check it out.
Okay.
Wait, where is this? Here? Yeah, here. Look at this. After bishop b5, we were like, oh, why this move here? And black played a6, a blunder.
Oh.
White takes here.
Yes.
Brilliant move. And then brings the rook on d4.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not...
This is very bad for Lampati, yeah? Who's on a big score.
And I checked that he's quite young, 15 years old.
Okay.
An international master from India. So this is currently the position.
Now the bar suggests that this is completely winning for white, but is there a knockout blow?
Yeah, that's the question. I was thinking something like knight c6.
Yeah, and then if bishop takes, just pawn takes and rook a4 next looks very, very good. Rook b6, queen a5.
Just go back one way. What is that?
It's saying
maybe queen a3.
Queen a3.
Something is no. Queen a3, I guess.
Okay.
With the same idea.
I personally wouldn't play knight c6. I don't think.
Don't think. Maybe there is another move here.
I was thinking the move I know. No.
a4 with knight b5.
Yeah, but the rook b6, queen a5. Tricky. Yeah, it's not the way. a4 is not the way.
Takes away some of the space from the pieces. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not immediately straightforward to me, and I think this is Julian on the screen here. We're seeing this exact board here at the top of your screen, and you can also tell that he's not 100% clear on how best to proceed here.
Yeah, very, very interesting sacrifice indeed. Worth it to go for that. Another interesting scenario has happened in this game. So it was just fine. Remember, we saw this knight g4 after f6. Look at this. Black started to roll the pawns, attacking the pieces. f5, f4, g5, g4. Open up the h file now and having really, really nice position.
Looks very bad for white here, doesn't it? With these pawns so advanced, and Nicolosi has got a lot of work to do here against a good international master if he's going to save something. But I don't like his chances to save here. Black's play is so easy: bishop d6, queen h4, rook f6, rook h6. It all looks far too easy. So I don't like his chances at all.
And here we have this game where Ivanchuk is pushing a lot. The pawn's getting a lot of space advantage. He has the perf bishop, and he really enjoys, as we can see, the game. That is very interesting to me because look how many extra pawns Black has. It's this one, and here we have the grandmaster playing in this game. So here we have this position, quite standard position. Black decided to break through in the center and captured a lot of pawns, all the pawns possible, and he's not even afraid of.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like this works for white. I mean, it looks quite clearly like a position which, with a bit of care, Black is going to have way too many pawns. He's already up 3 pawns, and I don't see a true attack here for white. So I think this is probably just losing for black for white.
Too many extra material here.
Too many pawns.
Exactly.
Have we got any decisive looking positions at the moment? Probably not, right? How's
Board 3 actually is.
and Maritzi. Oh wow, that got very wow. Okay, what happened here? Well, Queen E3 is the last move. Yeah, this definitely, and I told you as well about an hour ago, Ketty, and for all of our viewers listening, that this is not the kind of position you want to play as black against a very strong player, because it's passive. You have this awkward structure, and somebody like Marc-Andrea is just too skilled. He's going to find a way through, which he did. He ran the A-pawn up the board and created some holes. He's won a pawn. Look at this A-pawn here. This is a fantastic pawn. You can jump out the way with the knight here in various ways. Start running. Hit the bishop. I mean, the knight's coming to C5 almost always. There's no serious attack down here. The bishop's doing a good defensive job. And, I mean, how do you defend against the very simple idea of knight C5 here?
Yeah.
Looks very,
Knight
very
C5, beautiful move, attacking the bishop on D7, pawn on E6. And also you just tried A6, A7, A8.
just looks very, very difficult.
And these pieces of blacks, queen on G6, rook on C2, knight on H5, somehow they're so disconnected from the queen side.
I actually think the position is just totally losing for black. Like, objectively and practically. It's scientifically losing, and practically I think this is impossible to play. So Thibaut Dudognon, I'm going to
Nice
ask.
French.
I'm going to ask Jules.
How to pronounce
yeah,
it.
how to pronounce it.
Yes.
But he's not winning today. He's losing today. I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. That is 1-0, board 3.
Board 1, we have actually quite an interesting move. In the current position, black decided to go for H5.
Yikes. This game is completely out of control.
Exactly.
I mean, this game is really out of control. Yeah. I mean, the idea is clear. You want to distract the bishop away from the pin. So H5 is the way to do it. It's probably a very clever move. I guess that white is going to play the move bishop F5. That's the human move, just to keep the pin. But the position remains far from clear. But I do like the inclusion of H5. He spent 13 minutes on that move. How are the clocks? 26 minutes against 17. Plenty of time, basically.
Let's focus on the video in the playing venue. Sometimes we have a bit of different situations on the clock, so we can check it out much better if we go to the playing venue. And it is 26 minutes for white, and we're gonna zoom a little bit. 17:01.
Yeah, it's actually pretty accurate, right?
Yeah.
Actually, really, really accurate, which is good for us. So now we know that the board time, the clocks are as they are, and not out of whack.
Oh, what
Yeah.
a tough match between these two. What a tough
Yeah.
match.
All three results still possible there.
Also, Anwar yesterday had a very interesting game, and I was like thinking how he won that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
Pretty strange. Let me check if we can
Okay.
pull it up here, just to check it out. As now they are thinking for the next moves. Can I just open this game?
Which game are you trying to open?
Yesterday's game. when
Oh,
he-
yesterday's game?
Yeah. He was playing on the board where he was. Not here. Not here. Not
Did he have a great game or something? Is that why you want?
Yeah, I just want to, because we thought he would make a draw. and suddenly he joined the leaders. I can't find him.
Well,
Do you see him?
no, I don't see him. But it's okay. We don't have to tread over what happened yesterday. We can find it another time, maybe.
Wow, the game is just not there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, bottom line is that on board 1, 3 results are very, very possible. Board 2, now I'm curious about what's been going on here in the song game, because look at this, A4, Queen B4, and D5. Great move. Forcing the trade of queens. Now if that diagonal ever gets open, you're very happy with whites. That's why black played E5, rook A1, knight D7. Bishop was doing nothing on H6, bring it back. Double on the C file. And this is the position we've got as things stand. This is better for white. What are you doing against the move A5 here, for example?
It's going to be tough to find any good move. I think knight D7.
Okay. And now some, I don't know. A6 looks very tempting to me. Just to create some weaknesses. If you take, I've got rook C6. And I think this position is yeah, I think this is just slightly more pleasant for white. I think there's just a lot of play here for white. So, but Tin is, I think Tin is starting to realize that actually he's not going to be winning this game anytime soon, and that he has to be careful not to lose. So I kind of expect him to think about how he can bail out here, but I'm not sure he can. Like a really good play here with white would press and press and press and press.
Yeah, white has actually 13 minutes, so that's not a lot of time. That's why we see Edward Song so much focus here in this moment, trying to use his opponent's time to figure out all the moves. But it's not so hard to play from his side. It's like pretty easy, simple moves. Pair of bishop advantage here in this position is pretty open. It's quite feasible.
Only white can be better here.
Yeah, you know what I really like after knight to d7? You can move your rook because it's just stuck to guard the pawn on a7. So you can even consider to bring the king f1, king e2, like that, just to...
Makes total sense, yeah.
Yeah.
King f1, king e2 makes total sense.
So that's one way to play. Right. And what we have on the board 1, we don't have much moves. I think players are taking now some time off to figure it out, some more moves. Very interesting board number. Let me check board number 9. Let's go there.
Board number 9.
Aditya.
Yep, against
Bagus
Alama
against
Wowzers. This
Robert
is actually a very interesting position. We've kind of missed this, but that queen looks like it's in trouble on b2, but can you trap it?
Not really. This queen was there, stuck, but could not really take it. But white decided to give up the pawn on b2. Queen e1 is a strong move.
Yeah, I mean, the computer's not in love with black's position here. And if a computer doesn't love a position where you're a pawn up, then there's something wrong with that trade. But I don't see it, right? Because if you go rook b1, the queen goes to c2. If you go rook here, the queen definitely doesn't go to d3, but rather to d2. You kind of escape. Again, maybe this position has got life, but certainly very, very tricky.
Yeah.
No idea. I mean, you
E5,
can start with
something like E5, knight C7.
E5. Trying to just cut out 2 or 3 or 4 pieces. Could do. Try and cut the king side out.
Yeah.
The knight and the bishop.
And then I like knight C7 move to get the bishop on E6.
Yeah, there's a nice E7.
Double the pawns, bishop C4 comes next.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot to be concerned about here as black. Yeah, I think maybe Vidal is kind of really risking it today because he had, effectively a winning position yesterday, and played a really nice game against the young GM. Didn't win it and wants revenge today. So he just said to himself, well, I'm going to play something a bit risky, but if I lose, I lose, so what? I need to make up the points from yesterday. That's one potential explanation. That is one potential explanation.
Yeah, I agree with that. Really tough
Tough, yeah.
situation
Let's
for
move
black.
on. We're going to let them try and calculate that one. Savvertochen has got an ending where he's just... That looks like a pawn to me. He's just a pawn up against Max Hess from Germany. So these kind of endings tend not to be very holdable because black has got an additional weakness on c6 and there's always going to be some kind of lever to open up pieces defending it with d5. So I am not bullish at all on black's chances here. I think black loses a lot against a decent grandmaster here and makes almost no draws, actually, I think. Which is,
Interesting.
yeah, interesting.
Very interesting. He had such a tense situation yesterday.
Yeah,
He's barely survived, and very often when you have games like that you survive, somehow you feel you have a luck in that tournament.
and on board 3 we've had no developments, I think. So still deep in the tank here is the French FIDE Master playing against the French Grandmaster. And well, still think that this is 1-0 written all over it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Siddharth,
Tough game from the beginning.
yeah, Siddharth against Julio Cesar. We haven't really spent any time here, but we will do very quickly. And I think it's clear that after 28 moves, that black is doing just fine. And if anything, black might even be for preference, although that's a question of taste. So yeah, okay, well, it's a very, very tricky position, very, very tricky ending. We're going to let them discuss that one. Looks as though, yeah, we already looked at this Shamatava game. Shamatava in big trouble. Let's see, we did see some moves here in the Julian game. Let's see if he found a way. He did play knight c6, takes, and queen a3. He did play your suggestion with rook a4 to come.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a very, very good, simple solution. Very, very good.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, actually. The moment he got the bit of advantage, then he's outplaying his opponent quite nicely, finding the only moves.
Yeah, so that will actually take Julian to 4.5 out of 5. So he'll be on one of the top 3 boards tomorrow or something like that.
The day after tomorrow, because tomorrow.
Sorry, the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? Another very quick pause?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's do another very quick pause as there's a bit of a lull in the action. No moves are currently being played. But we've still got very spicy positions on board 1. We've got even board 2, Edward Song pressing. Mark Andrea looks like he's going to be converting as well. So we'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of today's round at the Sunway Sitges International Chess Tournament. Don't go anywhere.
coming back into the round 5. Katy and Lawrence in the studio. We are having 5th round at the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival and a lot of games still in progress. Lawrence, what is happening today? The games are a little bit slow at this point.
Not too slow. I mean, things are getting hot right now. If we look at the top boards, for example, Ido Gorstin, there's been a few moves since we last checked this out. We last saw it around h5, trying to distract this bishop away from this diagonal. White played the move that I expected, bishop f5, and now h4, hitting the other bishop. You're forced to take, the rook is forced to take, and now you take the pawn on g5. Now this move looks totally normal to me. It's given as a question mark here by the machine, by the
engine.
By the engine. Although it's not clear to me why that move is bad. Why is this a blunder?
Black can take the pawn on c4. The knight is hanging.
Black takes the pawn. Hold on. Black takes the pawn on c4, but now I take the knight on d7.
You take the knight on d7. Rook takes the knight.
I take the rook.
And I take the knight on b5.
Yeah, but you know, this is very, very difficult to... I mean, if you looked at this position, would you say that this is just winning for black?
Oh, I would not.
Like
probably.
after a move like rook fa1 or something? Am I not even threatening rook a8 check?
Yeah, it's tough.
You can go queen c6 though, this is very important. Counter attacking. And on f3, maybe you can even go h3. But then there's queen h8 check. Look, the black king is super open. I've got ideas of rook a5. I mean, for me, I don't look at this position and say black is winning. Mm-hmm. But the machine just says that this is completely over. It's incredible.
Yeah,
no human thinks that just by looking at this position after 1 minute. Trust me, no human thinks this whatsoever. This is a very unclear position. Mm-hmm. So I'm not really, what's the word? I'm not convinced that either of these players are, you know, after queen takes g5, black could easily think that he's just losing here, by the way. It's one of those positions where you might be winning, but from a human perspective, you look at this and you think, I'm in big trouble, possibly. So it's going to be really interesting to see. 6 minutes now for Gorstin, only 27 moves completed, meaning he's got to make 14. No, it's 14 because it's the 27th move. 27, 28, 29.
White's for white 13 and for black's 14.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's Gorstin, he has to make 14 moves in 6 minutes. That's actually quite a serious time trouble in this kind of position, because 6 minutes to navigate this is very, very difficult. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if white won this game. And he also has 12 minutes. Okay, so what's going on there? Edward Song, we've had some more moves there. We had a5, rook c8, and now here, oh my goodness. In this position here after rook c8, Edward Song had the opportunity to take on
a7.
To take a knight and take on a7. Now the reason he didn't do that is because, well, after you go back, and he probably thought here, well, I don't see a clear way to play on here.
To win,
but he's got the move b4. This is incredible.
Oh, I love that. If you take this pawn, then d6, you open up your light square bishop, you're getting your rook back. And you have extra bishop.
Yeah, you're going to be a piece up, right? And if you don't touch that pawn on b6, let's say you just play a move like king f7, white can go b5, and on the next move, just put this pawn on b6 and have a protected passed pawn on a7. And
that's
you're
forever a pawn there.
Forever a pawn, and you're only in exchange down. And then you've got loads of ideas. You can go like, I don't know, just to illustrate something here. you can play a move like bishop e2 and actually play bishop a6 if you want.
That's disgusting for black.
It's really, I mean, this is really pretty. So, in fact, it looks as though Edward Song has missed a game-winning tactic or game-winning concept. It's not a tactic exactly, but it's a concept. He played bishop e4, which I guess the Singaporean player was very happy to see, because after takes, the knight now comes to c4. Yes, you can take on a7, yes, you can take on b2, and we get this position. But these positions tend to be very holdable. The knight's going to come round to d3, the knight's going to maybe sit on c5, you can put the king on f8, you can do really whatever you want here. It's not, white just doesn't have enough to play with. He would love to get to this pawn, but it's not easy. Plus, if this knight and bishop start coordinating, it becomes very, very difficult. So I think that this position here will end up being a draw. I think this will end up being a draw. But board 3 is not going to be a draw. Board 3, I can tell you, is not. We last saw it after queen a3, and I told you I thought Marc-André was close to winning. And look at this. Black actually sacrificed the exchange to then bring the other rook in, but after rook e2... this is his idea. This is kind of clever. He goes knight f4. I love
that. If you take the rook, then knight h3 wins the queen.
This is what happened, but the resulting positions is two rooks for a queen, and this guy, and you're going to plant a knight on c5. Yeah, queen d3 is the only move to kind of justify all of this, but knight c5, queen takes d4, and rook c2. And there is no way to stop a6, a7. You have to go bishop c8, and now you can just go knight. You can go a6. You can also go knight b3. That's a very nice move, targeting the queen and the bishop. And this position here, Ketty, you do not save.
Yeah, difficult to save. White's king is quite settled here on the king side. There's no any potential attack on that side. You just want to make sure that there is no checkmate on the back rank, so you can play something like h3, and all you can do is just to push the pawn on a file, and that's going to be it. They are actually making more moves, and the bishop is gone from the board. I don't know how that happened actually. Let's take a look at that.
In which position?
Board 3, the bishop is already gone.
Board 3, the bishop is already gone? In this position here? Okay, there were some more moves.
Yeah.
Yes, so there was rook c2, bishop c6 was played, but same idea, knight b3, queen a7, yeah. 2 rooks and a knight, way too much material, and you can do whatever you want. The easiest way here for Marc-André will probably be just to go rook c7 and go a7, and you're going to have a queen, rook and knight. He's going to take first, actually. Maybe that's even cleaner. He's going to take on e4 first, takes back, and now rook c7 just has to be played here. And we'll stay on this board because I think we're going to see a handshake. Rook c7 was played. And I think Thibaut is ready to give this game up. Let's just get a full screen of these guys. Yeah, there is Thibaut. Yeah,
we are expecting any moment the resignation. Also, Marc-André was just checking his score sheets. Nicely done by him.
Yeah, I mean...
He knows he's winning?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's it. There's the handshake. GG. And,
yeah, beautifully done. He's in a good shape. He's showing his best. I think they want to analyze the game outside. That's what they talked.
Thibaut looks like he's very disappointed there, but I don't really see why, because he was just worse the whole game. And he didn't have any chances whatsoever. Actually, Marc-André Maruzzi, of all the top grandmasters in the tournament, he's the one who has been, I would say, the most consistent at the moment. Yeah, he's been converting winning positions. He's going to be a player for the title in this tournament, believe you me. He is up there.
he's going to be that. I agree with it. He's doing fantastic job indeed.
And we're going to
4.5
get
now.
we're going to get this position on board 1, by the way, because he did take on f5,
Okay.
and he did take on. No, sorry, he did. That's a different position. Taking on f5, we didn't look at, right? Somehow. Taking on f5, we didn't look at. We looked at d takes c4, and then we looked at this, and then queen takes b5. But taking on f5 first, does it make a big difference? Maybe it's similar, and d takes c4. Wow. So we've got this position, I believe, on the board, and there's no way to protect knight and rook, so you have to give up the knight. But after rook fa1, queen takes b5, I do have this rook a8 check. Takes, king c7, check. And my idea is I want to take your rook, but once I take your rook, you start running your pawns. Now this is incredibly tough. Now 8 minutes for white, and there's 5 for black. And the truth is that, what did he do? Did he play a rook?
Let me
Yeah,
check.
we've basically got this. And he's gone for this exact line. He's gone for this exact line. Rook fa1, queen takes b5, rook a8 check. But this doesn't work. Takes, king c7. This doesn't work. Because after you give check, king b7, importantly, the knight is protecting the b8 square. That's extremely important. And after rook takes d8, b3, it still looks dangerous, let's say, after queen d6, but you can just go knight b6. Very important defensive resource. And after check, king a6. Maybe not king a6, maybe king a. Actually, it's kind of tricky. Even here, where to put the king. King c7, queen c7 check, king a6, and now you can run with the king. That's why it's important. I'm very curious. Wait, something else is. I don't even know what's happened here. So, let me see if I can get the moves. Let's go full board on board 1 here.
8 minutes for black, 5 minutes for white. Oh, sorry, the opposite. 8 minutes for white, 5 minutes for black.
Yeah.
I actually love how Anvesh is sitting so still, so focused, showing no nerves in this position. It all looks more worried to me because he actually is on his mission to survive in this game because it's really, really tough situation. Couple more moves to to make before time increment. 9 more moves.
Yeah.
And the position is not easy still.
Babe, I need to see what has happened. So hold on a second. Let's just get the moves up because it went. He played. Wow, he played queen b8 here. He didn't like the lines with king c7, so he's given up the queen. Gorstein has given up his queen.
It's a brilliant move.
But it might be a brilliant move because now what he's saying is, I don't know if you can.
My
stop
pieces
my
are
pawn.
connected. My knight just
But
puts pieces together, and
I do
I'm
have
gonna
a
push the
check.
pawns.
I do have a check. I mean, I do have this. I don't know, you know. This is like. This is, and there's a back rank idea. There's all kinds of things to consider.
Knights.
Yeah, like knight b6.
Knight b6.
There's all kinds of ideas to consider here. This is insane. Okay, of course he takes the queen. You have to. King takes only move. He is going to play queen f4 check, I think, and try and nick this pawn. But if black manages to consolidate here on the queen side, can the queen stop the 3 pawns, rook and knight? What a fascinating position. Again, the machine still says that this is just, that this is just good for black, basically. The machine says this is excellent for black, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, the machine just loves this for black. Wow, so is Gorstein just good? Has he just assessed this position that well? Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on that because, and there was a draw on board 2, Song against Jing Yao. So that was a draw. Totally to be expected. Okay, let's see what... This is a fascinating game. Guess we have to stay with this as it's ball run. Queen f4 check played by white. Totally logical. Totally logical. And... well... I mean, again, if you showed me this position and I didn't have the engine running in the background, I wouldn't be sure that this is good for black, with all the loose pawns and whatnot. But apparently it's just good for black.
Okay. I love this position with black, like to have connected pawns like that and also have this back rank issue for white and use that. I love this queen sacrifice, to be honest.
Julian Sofroni has won against Ilan Parti. That's a mini upset. Julian is about 100 points lower rated, so that's a very good result for him on board 7. That means tomorrow he's going to be on one of the top boards. So well done to Julian. Savavatochen definitely didn't make the most of his position against Max Hess. It's a boring endgame, so we'll come back to that. Siddharth against Julio Cesar is very, very random. Double rook, queen ending, where the bar is just in the middle. I mean, kind of crazy. I think I would take white here, but I'm not totally sure. It's a tough position actually to play this one. It's actually a tough position.
It's never fun to have so many heavy pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Without any minor pieces. Okay, so the games are ending quite fast. Shall we take a look what is happening in the game of Ivanchuk? That's board.
Yeah.
Board.
Oh wow! Look at this position, Ketty. Look at this position, because this is one of those positions where, you know.
Oh wow.
Ivanchuk made his living out of grinding these positions. Now, he's playing a young guy, Piotr Brezhina. And Ivanchuk is trying to press, but the young guy is holding firm, and at the moment it doesn't look like there's a clear breakthrough for black, but his position looks beautiful, of course.
Look at the seconds on the clock. How many moves he has to make still? Let's check it out.
Let's have a look.
37, 3 more moves. That's
well, it's kind
not
of a
bad.
position, yeah, because you can play lots of passing moves here. In the worst case scenario, you just go rook e1, for example.
I like when he made a move and look at his opponent. What was his reaction? And Ivanchuk spending no second, 13 minutes on the clock. He's so focused.
Yeah, Vasily wants to win this game. He's not going to give up yet. The problem is white's construction is so strong that it's very difficult to see how to do it. I guess the way to do it, if I'm being honest, is actually to play a move like rook h3, and then maybe even come round and think about targeting this pawn on a3. That's what I would be envisaging in this position here.
In what?
Envisaging.
What does that mean?
To envisage, it means like to...
Let me first pronounce that.
Envisage.
envisage.
Yeah,
Envisaging.
envisaging, exactly.
Envisaging.
Exactly. It's like to think about something.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's it's a tough position, but Chucky's going to be here for hours.
Yes.
Trying to.
He's not going home yet.
We have
He
this
wants to
exact
win.
line, by the way, in the Anwish board one gaming as Ido Gorstin. And now I'm going to be super impressed if black finds the move knight b6. Super impressed. Because it doesn't look like you can play this move. But you can't take because it's mate. And if you take with check on d7, you get hit by another check on f3.
Probably bishop, probably king a7.
King a, maybe king a6, I thought.
There's check on e2. King a7, there's no check.
King a7 you want?
Mm-hmm.
But then, and then, okay, g4. I mean, like assessing this is almost kind of crazy, saying white is better, black is better.
Mm-hmm.
This
I go
is
with
just
that.
about two guys now.
Knight b6 is on the board.
Knight b6 is on the board.
Yeah.
Well, bravo to Ido Gorstin.
It is in the board.
Bravo to Ido Gorstin. Yeah, he's going to take the pawn with check.
Yeah, that's
It's going to be
happened.
rook d7. You have to go rook d7 here. There's no other move that makes sense. He will block rook d7. Well, I say that. He might think about moving the king to a6. He might go here, actually.
King b5 to centralize the king.
Yeah, well, no, you're right. You are using that king.
Oh, look at this. Let's keep the big screen and check it out, the players. A lot of nerves.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, who do you think is going to win this, Ketty?
Oh, I have no idea. I think it's going to end in a draw because now after rook d7, somehow I like this move that you suggested, g4, so white can also create the passer there. But white is the one who is defending now, for sure. Still, he has some chances.
Yeah.
But if you are playing this one with a queen versus rook and knight, don't have any access to the engine bar, you think you are better, right? Or you already feel that it's not so simple?
I feel like this is just not simple at all. So rook d7, queen f3 has been played. And yeah, I guess he's going to put the king on a7 here. He probably should think about putting it on a6, but I don't know where the king should go. Maybe he'll even think about rook d5, actually. Rook d5 is not ridiculous, blocking the check like this and then getting ready to march.
Yeah, and if you get the check back on f7, then king a6, and there's no more checks.
Exactly. He's not going to check again. After rook d5, he will go g4 because he needs some love for the king and he's preventing b3.
Shall I check what happens after c4?
Yeah, exactly. And after c4, well, that's the point. A human can't really work out here whether black is winning or white is winning, or like how this could easily just be winning for white, right? I think they both have no idea. Honestly, I think they both have no idea.
Yeah, it's just complicated position.
Okay, queen e2. Queen e2 he played. Wait, the king went to a6, it looks like. And queen e2 check. Did he play this move? Because now you go c4, right? You just go c4, and if he gives a check, you put the king on b5. So if he did play queen e2 check, it's a little strange to me. It's a little strange.
I liked rook d5, to be honest.
Which one do you like?
I liked rook d5 earlier.
Rook d5.
Yeah.
Okay,
to end it. But yeah, now c4 is...
there have been some moves. So queen e2
Check.
c4 is on the board. I feel as though maybe black's just going to win this. I don't know.
Oh, f4. f4
played
has
f4?
been played, yeah.
I mean, who's faster?
Black. 'Cause
Black is faster,
on
but
the 4th rank.
Black is faster, but my I have an extra queen.
Queen is a queen. Can make some checks.
He goes b3. This is correct, of course.
f5.
Yeah, f5, and then yeah, all 3 results. As I've been-
Exactly. I can go b2. I can go c3.
You can't go c3.
King a6.
King a5, maybe.
King a5 is the move you have to play.
King a5 is very human. Let's say I go f6,
c3.
c3, and let's say here I go queen e5 check. You have to block with the knight,
Knight d5.
and then some queen. Oh, I've got f7 here. Sorry.
f7, rook takes f7 and queen to d5.
Yeah, but you just leave it. You go b2, and there's no way that these guys are going to be able to calculate this. No way.
Oh my goodness.
There's going to be,
Difficult.
you know, this is a plausible position.
3 queens on the board.
3 queens on the board, and then who knows, 3 results or maybe 4 results are possible. So this could get absolutely crazy if they play according to the best moves.
Oh, there's a beautiful move and situation on the board. 8. Quickly check that and
Okay.
come back here
Board A.
because we don't want to miss any action.
Shamatava. Yes.
Look at
Please.
this situation that we have in the end. I'm going to just refresh it and go to here. Oh my God. How we
What's
got in
going on
here?
here?
How we got in here? Oh, look at that.
Shamatava.
So we stopped somewhere here, g3, f3,
Mm-hmm.
and then we had several more moves.
Yeah.
And now we have check, e3.
Goodness.
And
Oh, look at that as a
bishop
move.
c4.
That's gorgeous.
Getting rid of the light square bishop, queen to h6, attacking the bishop, and now trying to trap the bishop on h. Look at the bishop on h2.
That's the worst
so
bishop.
funny looking.
That's
like
the
a
worst bishop I've ever seen.
Yeah. And now we have black hitting the knight, and knight to f3. No, that's crazy position. So here black can just give a check and probably take. Right?
Yeah.
Take here.
Lots of ways to win, right?
Oh, you can actually first
Yeah, you can do that
queen,
first, yeah,
and then win a rook, yeah.
That's very nice.
And go here, just... Can I do also this? Or take here, yeah. That's
No,
completely winning.
it's done. It's really done, this position.
Yeah,
What a nice game by Christoph, huh?
yeah, beautifully done. And he's going for that. He's absolutely going for that, and it's not so hard to see this move. All right, let's focus
Yeah.
on this one.
Yeah,
As they
we
have to
will.
play now fast.
2 minutes 57. So what move are we on? We are on...
39. So we have
39.
one more move of
Okay.
excitement, and then we're going to have
Well, it's kind of a... Is this a critical move here? Maybe. I don't know. Like, it feels like it's a pretty critical move. But very difficult to say, honestly, who is doing well here. I still am confident in saying both of these players don't know who's better or not. That's my opinion.
They both want to win, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I have this kind of feeling when I know that I'm not better, but I
Yeah.
still want to win. I want my
Yeah.
opponent still to play.
Yeah.
This is kind of position.
But
And
I
both
think
of them can feel like
maybe
this
they'd
way.
both be happy with a draw now.
Yeah, that's the best option always.
But the thing is, Gorshtein outrates his opponent by nearly 200 points. So he probably just thinks, well, I'm the better player, I should be able to calculate. But as we've said for a long time now, you don't underestimate the Indians.
Another thing, yeah, that's true.
They're just so strong.
Another thing is when you are always winning and you miss your chance. Somehow you want to not make a draw. You want still to win. So they both have their own approach in the game. Rook f7 has been played. 1 minute. This is the final minutes. That's why white is taking this time. Of course, how to guard the pawn on f6. Was that game done?
Yeah. Deep in concentration, but okay, when they reach the time control, it's going to be just a completely new game, right? They're starting from zero, basically. So it's actually very interesting to see. Okay, we'll come back to that. Vertogen against Max Hess. Now, Vertogen is a pawn up. But this looks like it's holding for black.
Yeah, Vertogen was completely winning, right?
Yeah,
He had much
Vertogen
better
had
position.
an amazing position, and now he's in this position. Probably the hold is something like rook g5 and h5, I would guess. Looks a bit scary, but I don't really know what else you're supposed to do. I don't really know. Very tough, very tricky. Very, very tricky. Yeah, I'm engineless, so I don't quite know.
Engineless.
I don't quite know, but it looks as though it should be holding somehow. All right, let's.
Rook to a5 or rook to b5.
Oh, Tal won. Tal Abishal beat Daniel Safavora, so that's a good result for Tal.
Shall we take a look back at Ivanchuk's game?
Yeah. Okay.
If he
Not much has
improved.
happened.
And
He's
they
now
got the
put
time.
the king in. He's using the king as an attacking piece. Yeah, I mean the question is how sturdy is this defense? I'm not sure. And the young guy he's going to have some trouble against somebody of the quality of Ivanchuk.
Yeah, he signed for that when he played,
Yeah.
when he started to play against. But I think he's doing a really good job to survive
Yeah.
so nicely with extra pawn, not losing. It's kind of achievement there. Do you think we should take another break now to let the players make the moves, because basically we'll not get any moves, any updates in the game. So you guys, it's going to be our last break for today, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. And at the time, we're going to have some of the moves on the board. The games are still exciting. It's just players got extra half an hour, and they are going to use it. So much time on the clock for them. So we are also going to charge our batteries, and we'll be back shortly.
See you soon.
Coming back from the break into the 5 round, very likely the last part of the final round, we have a special guest in the studio, international master Loic Travaden from France. Hello and welcome to our studio. How was your game today? Tell us a little bit about your game.
I was a bit better, but I didn't find a good sequence of moves, and then it was equal and I drew. So.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining me here, because we're going to take a look at the first board, which is still in progress, and we have also quite interesting endgame of Ivanchik's game. And overall you have 3.5 points now after 5. How was your tournament in general so far?
So for the 3 first game I played very well, even the 4th game, but it was like a fortress and I tried to break it.
Yes.
So
it was you who tried to break it.
In my head I was the sentence of Magnus. He said no fortress exists. So I had this in mind, but I should take the draw and
yeah.
But
he tricked you, Magnus tricked you, right? Your opponent was Anvash?
Yeah, Anvash, and now he is playing with white.
Yeah, let's take a look at this game. Very interesting game. We're gonna have the screen on the board on the screen. His opponent sacrificed the queen. I don't know if you were watching this game. So there was a moment. Maybe we can just go a little bit back. So here at this point, there was this kind of check here, and Ido Gorsein decided to give up the queen here and to go to this end game. And after several moves, here we have this position. How would you evaluate this one? If you can just pick the side, which one would you choose, queen or rook and knight?
If I could pick a side, we have to calculate, but
yeah.
From the first look at this position, I would prefer to play with black.
Yeah.
Because I think the moves are clearly easier. And okay, if you make a mistake, you will still have chances, whereas if with white you make a single mistake, you are lost right now. So, but I have the feeling maybe even if the rook sacrifice against the pawn somewhere, we with the king and the 2 pawns and the knight, we can maybe force white to make a repetition. So
yeah, but here the problem is that black can't really push the pawn C because it's pinned. You can't really push the pawn B because you will lose. Like, what would be the move here? Like, how, as a black, how would you improve the position to push?
Okay, I will bring the king to b4 and then.
Yeah, maybe you can show to us.
I would play maybe king b5, king b4, then c3, and then maybe the knight on c4. So now I have a fortress close to my king, so no checks are available for white. And also when I advance my pawns, then my king could maybe escape from the checks if the queen tries to go around, for example, maybe something like this on the other side. So maybe the good setup for me is to do this.
Okay, let's put in the words on the board. So okay. King to b5. Let's say I go f6.
F6 is the most logical. Okay, maybe king b4. Okay, we have to look at some queen e7, but we, for example, queen e7, but we make a queen b4 with black, and I mean after, but with a check. And, and after we still have another pawn, so it's not possible to do this with white. And here you see now you have to be very precise with white, because I see with the evaluation it's not so easy to find the good moves. For example, if we play a logical move as a queen e1, it's already maybe lost because of the setup I spoke about with c3. So very hard task for white, I think.
Exactly. How about in this position if we try to play some move like queen to f1? This might look passive, but or queen to queen f2 is a blunder. Queen f1. So I want to push f7, and I also want to stop the pawns progressing.
The problem is maybe yes. What I spoke about just before, maybe b2, f7. Okay, there is rook take. But even if, for example, this and if we don't queen, maybe c3. You see, it's still not winning for white. So that's the big problem I spoke about with the knight and the 2 pawns. Even if you win the rook, it's not winning. So.
Yeah. So black is in a safe sit now in this position.
Yeah, that's why I told you I really prefer to play it with black because and black has many options like pushing b2, pushing c3, bringing the knight, maybe block the pawn with the rooks. There are like 5 or 6 moves that are not losing, whereas at each move white can lose the control.
Yeah. I really wonder how white is holding this position, how white is maybe queen e6 here in this.
Queen e6, he is forcibly thinking about it because it makes a double attack. So now, okay, black can either defend the knight and the rook, make a check, or pushing one of the 2 pawns.
Well, that's interesting.
Maybe c3.
And when I take the knight,
that was what I spoke about before, to bring the king on b2 and then to avoid every checks. But I see here white has a way of winning with this, and the 2 pawns are blocked. So that was not the right maneuver. Okay, so the direct way is obviously b2. White takes, we go here. So now our threat is to check and to queen. Okay. Yeah, and then white has to find a perpetual, but you see it's not very comfortable because if you are forced to find a perpetual and I mean it's two results. Either black wins, either
draw.
Either draw. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wow.
And you have
so
to calculate very far. So since this position, you have to see all the perpetual, and the king has all the time 5 or 6 squares to go. So it's very a nightmare.
Very difficult,
I think,
yeah.
to calculate.
What do you think in this position? Now they have 20 minutes average, both of them, but they will convert this time for sure. They will spend some time. Do you think to have low time on the clock will be better for black because white has more options to make mistakes, or it will work for both ways? And black can also make mistake and lost here.
I think with 20 minutes they're gonna spend 15 minutes. I mean the white side. We spend like 15 minutes to decide because it's the decisive moment. But maybe with black I should play faster than with white.
Just to blitz out
your
opponent.
I think queen b5 is so logical. I would play it instantly.
Yeah, I was also thinking about king to a5 here instead of b5 because like you are stepping out from the pin. So he has a lot of options, right? He has a lot of, and white has to do the only moves sometimes. But yeah, there's still a chance to save this game. Shall we take a look at another game which is also in progress and is very interesting? We have here Ivanchuk playing on this board. Oh, so many things has changed. Okay, let's take a look what has happened. Last time we saw this game was somewhere here after 40 moves. And here we have knight to c4. It's a bit inaccuracy.
Okay, since many moves he was a pawn down. He sacrificed it to get the bishop pair. And now we see it's not easy to play with the pawn up and less of activity. So knight to c4.
Bishop a4. Takes and knight to
so now he gave back the pawn, but Ivanchuk has still the activity. So they make a trade, but it's in black's favor. So what should he have done?
I would keep this pawn alive. Like, I
Yeah.
would never give it up.
Me too.
I would play any move here, but not give it up the pawn.
Yeah. So maybe just yeah, rook e1,
Mm-hmm.
but still a big pressure. Like rook f2, knight c4. Yeah. Okay, he can still give some problems to white, but maybe better to keep the pawn for sure.
Yeah, always better idea.
Okay, so knight c4, bishop take. So if the bishop goes back, we have still the c5 square.
Mm-hmm.
So now that, I mean, so now that we gave the pawn, it's logical to at least take the bishop pair to black.
Mm-hmm.
So king take.
Is he planning, like after 96, king has to move somewhere e3 or f3, right? Is white planning here to push c4 and c5 and create the pass pawn, his own? So let's say king goes to f3, and I just go here.
Yes, the big problem here is that when black will push the e pawn, they will deliver this diagonal, so the bishop will come here to block the pawn with the c7 square, whereas when the pawn went to e3, the knight will never be able to catch the pawn. So I think that's the difference between black and white in this position, is that the bishop can
But it's not very difficult for this to put, because black's pieces, look at how they are just stuck together. Rook is on f4. Like, for instance, if you go here e4, I'm gonna go c5.
Yeah, but black has will win a tempo on the rook on d1. She's misplaced.
This one?
Yeah.
Mm,
Rook
let's
c1 sounds
say-
logical, but
but then I'm gonna, like, after this one, is not like rook b4 or something like that?
oh
See?
yes.
How strong I am at tactics. But so
You are Miss Tactic or Miss Strategy? I don't remind.
I'm a friend of Miss Tactic. Close. So maybe I should go to. Yeah, so tough. Here, I guess. Here.
Yes, okay, but now the rook cannot move from the one the
First
the
rank,
first,
Yeah.
and okay, we can attack the rook. Okay, rook. If the rook goes to g1, okay, we will again win a tempo on the rook, and then maybe some bishop f4 are coming, or maybe
Rook h8. Like, you can give up your rook for the pawn.
Yeah.
And yeah. Oh, it's more tough then, it seems. This position.
okay. So rook e1. If he wants directly to sacrifice without losing time. Oh, now there is rook h7. Oh, that's even better than a rook h8. So and if now white plays knight b5, they will then push c7, but we will play rook
Yeah,
h8, and
yeah.
white will have lose many time. Okay, and even here bishop f4. Yeah, still this idea.
Oh wow, tough situation here then for white, because I thought there was the idea to give up the pawn there and to create the pass pawn, but he has to figure out something else. On the first board, we don't have any updates. They don't really play much moves, and we are okay. There's one more game on the top boards. Let me put it there. So here, this one. What would be your evaluation in this position? White has an extra pawn.
I mean, if they keep it alive, maybe clearly better. But both king are are as safe as the other king. So, I mean, if white keep the pawn plus they gain the initiative, they will win. But if they keep the pawn but black has the initiative, it will be a draw. So now he found the great move d5.
Yeah.
So
like-
the idea is after queen take to make a check on c3. So both rooks are attacked, but after the black king move, we escape with the rook first, and then we capture, or even better, we checkmate.
Even better.
So
yeah.
the only move not to lose the not to let the rook make a check was king f8, but then it's
Another
check-
checkmate.
yes,
Yeah.
another. So d5 is a great move.
Oh, I love this move. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the problem maybe if he didn't play d5, maybe some rook b8, rook h8 to counterattack to the white king, or maybe also rook b5, maybe to play this. I don't know. I'm not sure about this, but
Yeah, I think this rook was on the 5th rank, and then he switched the file for the rook. So after d5, how are we going to hold on it? Because like this is a serious threat now.
okay, maybe we can. I'm not sure, but I was thinking about moving the king so that after king c3, queen c3,
But there's
we
rook,
have.
rook h4.
Okay. I didn't see this one. So we definitely don't want to move the king.
Yeah, king, like you can't really move the king because if you go on the back rank, there's a check too.
Okay, so maybe
I was thinking of queen f3 or queen f5, a kind of move. After the check,
but maybe queen f3 we will play rook f4.
yeah, and I cannot take again because of this.
So maybe black's priority is to move the rook. For example, to
You know what? You can go back rank. No, you
yeah,
can't.
still the
But
same problem.
And then
This is
here, and then you have this one and this one. Oh wow. Lawrence, what do you think?
Looks winning for white.
In practical, yes.
Lawrence says it's winning for white.
Okay. Maybe rook c2. That's the only move that avoids.
There's another one.
I was about to say it avoids the check
Checks,
on
but
the
there's
diagonal, but
It's
not
two
at all.
checks. Yeah, you have to choose which check to avoid. Oh wow, it's so interesting.
Oh, maybe he played because I see the clock has changed.
Okay, let's update that. And the move they played is.
Okay,
Is it queen f5? Yeah, queen f5.
we tried all the moves, but he found the good one.
Yeah, queen f5.
Okay, so the idea is to play rook f2.
Ah, okay. This is The thing is that after this one, you have rook to b1, and you are winning the queen. So tricky, right? Oh wow. So white went here d6 already. This is the move we have on the board.
Okay, so d6 is logical. He's trying to make another queen, and the idea is that in order not to let white make a queen, black will lose many tempo, and then white will gain back the activity and will try to make something against the black king.
So you think that practically this is not easy to defend this kind of...
Yeah, if every move he has to find an only move, it's not very comfortable.
Yeah, for instance, now maybe it's better to go here and here to stop that and somehow, but still it's not so clear because there's always these checks, always these moves here, back rank too. Wow. Oh, what about rook f2? The chat asks that move, rook f2.
Oh, the rook ending is winning after queen c3. Oh, what I did. So queen c3 is still the same problem with the king that cannot move anywhere. So maybe f6 is the idea, because after queen f6 we can trade take and rook d4 and
oh no,
the
they're
rook
so
is
badly placed.
so misplaced. So, but my question is after f6.
We can go queen c7 check here. And well, king h6,
yeah, okay.
rook h4,
Rook h4 and queen c1 at the
yeah,
end.
beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this rook f2 doesn't work, but it's not very. It's not that easy to see why it doesn't work, because if black can play rook f2 without any problem, it will be a draw right now.
Yeah.
But maybe also rook f2 d7 maybe is annoying. Okay, if he calculates rook f2, he will forcibly think about d7, because what he wants now is to avoid d7, because I think maybe now it's a threat for
Again,
for black.
yeah. He made a move, I guess. Rook to b6 has been played.
b6. Okay.
So basically, after d7, he wants to play rook d6.
Or maybe queen takes. Now I think
It's possible
he can,
to take,
yes.
because you can,
Yeah, you can maybe even pin your own rook.
yeah, check, or like to go just back. Or here, yeah, it's equal.
Okay, g4. Ah no,
It's not possible.
g4,
Yeah.
queen f4. So
It's not possible. So, okay, rook b6 looks nice move.
okay, so now rook d4 maybe, and the question is, does black want to trade the rook? But I'm not sure at all, because this is very passive, and now we can just, for example, move the queen to the center, and then maybe we can bring the king into the action. For example, we just upgrade our pawn situation, and then we bring the king, and when the queen moves, we always push d7. So
Yeah.
I think it's completely lost here for black. So maybe this is not the idea after rook d4, but rook d4. So rook b7, and okay, it's still passive, but now the queen is alive, and we have still some perpetual chances with black. So maybe it's better to be passive with a queen alive than to be passive with nothing alive.
With the rook, yeah, to keep the rook there and keep the queen, yeah. Oh, very tough situation here. These two boards are coming back to life, even though that we have the very end game. Quickly check out what is happening on the board one, if we have any updates. And we have a move there, which is after queen e2, rook to d6 has been played. What is your call about this move? He's just sapping pawn, right, going forward.
It was not my intuition, this move, because
Yeah.
my intuition was really to not to care about the rook, but to bring the king to d4, and then to push the pawns. I would never play this move, but because it's too long, I think.
You're not making progress with this, right?
Yeah,
You're not threatening.
You're just stopping white's progress. But you see, now he plays d4. Whereas if we had played king b5, we would not have time to do this, because we.
Exactly.
We
so
pushing.
here we have this position. I think now it's time to go with king b5 and make sure that you have this king on.
But the problem is now I see white winning chances with the two pawns alive.
Yeah. When this pawn gets on g5, they will be helping each other and will be unstoppable.
Yeah.
Wow. One little changes and the things can go upside down. Let's see what else we have. There's another game too. Kirill Alsing.
There is a very interesting variation I see. King b7.
Okay.
But this doesn't look natural for me. But okay, still. c3, f7, c2, f8. Reminds me the MVL against the Regazi game.
Yeah, they had some crazy
okay,
game.
this position is very complicated. I cannot. make any judgment about this position. So,
Yeah.
but
It's
maybe
funny, yeah.
maybe
They
it will
have three
happen.
queens on the board, and the engine still says it's equal. it's equal.
Yeah.
Wow, so difficult to proceed here and calculate every move. But the good thing for both players is like they're after 40 moves. It will be nightmare for them if they are still playing under time pressure, so they can figure it out. Some more things. Another rating favorite here, actually the first seeded player, Kirill Alisenko, is still playing. He was struggling in yesterday's round and lost. So let's take a look what is happening today in his game. He's playing against woman grandmaster Savita Shri from India, and this is currently the position. He just played rook to h8, attacking the bishop and the pawn.
Okay, so now the bishop has to move. So maybe bishop somewhere to d2. Black will take back the pawn, and now we have to evaluate this position. So if I am in Kirill's mind, I will first ask myself what about this position without the pawn on g2, if I have winning chances or not. And I think that here, with the white king a bit far from the queen side, if we can take this pawn, maybe it will be winning. But the problem is that we will not probably be able to win this pawn, so maybe it will end into a draw, but I don't think white has winning chances too.
Yeah, this bishop is not very active, but also limits the knight at this point, right? And not so clear plan what to attack in this position.
Yeah.
We might have the end game where one of the side pushes the pawn, another side sacrifices the piece, and then rook and bishop versus rook, or rook and knight versus knight.
Yeah, we can also have bishop and pawn against nothing, and it will not be winning because of the bad square. But
so all the roads goes to draw here.
The problem is that I don't know how black can create a passed pawn, because the c3 square is 3 times control. And for example, if I just play I don't know, knight f6 and put the rook on g4, I don't see how you make any progress. So I'm quite sure this will make a draw.
Wow, interesting. Yourself, you are playing in this playing venue, right? How's the situation there? Like, if you can describe us, like, what's the vibes there? Is it tense? It is more like fun, interesting?
You mean
the playing venue, the main playing venue?
It's great. We at every game we fight in order to stay in the how to say in English, in the
top. Yeah, top. So basically, we have
in the hunt to be in the fighting for the places. No?
Yeah, fighting for the. I mean the 5 floor.
Yeah.
The fifth floor.
The 5th floor, because the view is so beautiful at this floor. So we want to stay in like the 40 boards.
It's 40 boards.
Yeah. To stay in the best conditions I've ever played. So.
Yeah, that's actually funny, because we have 3 playing venue in total.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the best one.
Okay, the others are very good, but
the other one is also this one is also good because they have the best sunset. But the last one is last first. That's so good in that sense. But we have all these snacks and drinks and everything.
Yeah.
We don't have in much of the events. Like, how do you feel about that? That people are treated in this way.
I feel very good because now I can drink Coca-Colas during the game. There is all the food I want, so I don't even have to eat before the games.
Yeah, we have enough snacks. Yeah, we can see on the screen right now one of the organizers of this event, together with our guest, and very often he is mentioning that he wants to have all the players, he wants all the players being treated as grandmasters and the top players. So he wants to have to create the equal conditions for everyone. which is really, really nice. Indeed, and yeah, the sunsets on the top. It looks, this playing venue looks like you play at the ferry or some like boat, right? You have this beautiful ocean view. Yeah, very nice.
And when we start the game, it's the day, and when we finish, it's the night. So we have all the feelings there.
Yeah, and this is really good. Do you have taken part in some side activities? Because we have bullet game.
Every activity I did, every single
taking
activity.
everything, right?
Yeah, sure. I played the bullet. I don't even know it was possible to play bullet over the board, but with the increment of 1 second, it's okay. It's possible,
fun, right?
Before playing, I thought every pieces would go around. But it was a very nice playing this tournament.
Yeah.
Then I played the blitz. Then I played the football. My team won, so I was happy. And this morning I played the paddle. So I really like this kind of tournament. I think it's kind of only in Spain I saw some very nice side activities. For example, I played also in summer this Barcelona Suns event,
yeah.
and we kind of some mornings we play football with the organization, and it's a great plus. Whereas other tournaments where is just the tournaments.
Yeah, and you're more stressed and focused. Another tournament that, if you love this festival, you can take a part. It is Formentera chess festival, organized with the same organization, and it is at the island, which you can just take a ferry from Ibiza.
It's a Canarian island?
No. It is.
Balearic.
Yeah,
Balearic.
Yeah. It's pretty nice place, and with the same structure what we have here. A lot of snacks and drinks for the players, and we also have a lot of side activities, some master classes, cooking classes, and
I did the cooking classes
Which
too.
one did you?
I did the
Paella or
no the
with the potato and
with the eggs.
yeah. What's the name, Lawrence? Potato and eggs.
Omelette?
Yeah, but in
Tortilla.
Spain.
Yeah,
Tortilla. Yes.
tortilla. We did tortilla with Marc-Andrea Maurizi,
Yes.
and I told him to break the egg, and he was like, I never did this. And
Oh no! Okay, he's
so-
17 years old. He has a lot of time to learn how to cook the egg. And then what happened? Who helped
And then in the plate, when he broke the egg, there was only the
Yellow yolk?
no, the yellow was on the table, not on the plate. There was everything that we can eat in the egg in the plate.
Seems
so-
like you had fun there.
Yeah, the egg finished somewhere, but not in our stomach.
Oh wow, it was also some kind of like competition too. Like there are like groups of people cooking separately, and then
Not competitions, because it was more for fun. But the
Yeah.
football and the paddle was more competitive.
So yeah, we have a little bit more events also coming up for the second part of the tournament. And also there is additional competition. The events that you are playing, Blitz, Bullet, Rapid, and so on, they will be then accumulated.
Pentathlon?
And yes, and you get another chance to get some prizes. So yeah, a lot of fun here, and thanks very much for coming and
Yeah,
to tell us the
you're welcome.
stories and help us to go through the games, and have fun tomorrow. Do you have
Yes.
anything planned for tomorrow?
Maybe go to Barcelona to spend a bit of time there, or maybe stay here to play the Blitz at I think 5:30. So anything is good for me.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
for coming. You left me so fast.
I was.
We are back in the final part of the round 5. Katy and Lawrence. Lawrence, the games are incredible today. The things are changing, the situation is changing second by second. Can you take us to the game that we have on the screen?
Yeah, we're going to take to one that's still going on. This is the game of Sava Vertogen against Max Hess. It's a bit of a weird game. I think a lot of inaccuracies in this game, but we've got a position now. If we actually look at this last move. This is unbelievable. So actually, we have to see the whole combination. So white played d7, so it's a rook and pawn, where white is just a clear pawn up. Looks very good for white. Rook to h8 was an excellent move, threatening mate. Rook to h4, stopping it, was excellent. And after rook takes h4, queen b2, check. Because the point is that if you take the rook first, then queen g4 check and you win. And in the game, after queen b2 check...
We have no board on the screen.
Yeah, it's just a draw. It's a good way to make a draw. I mean, it's one way to make a draw. It's just a draw. It's a cute move. Queen h8 check. You take the queen only move. You promote to a queen. You take the rook, and it's queen and pawn.
Wow, impressive. And if we go back to full screen, we can see them chatting right now. We can see Max has been so smiley and happy, and Sava Vertogen not so happy because he could win this game. He knows he could win. He missed his chance.
He did, yeah.
But yeah, they're chatting and smiling. That's a beautiful view we have on the screen. What a fighters, both of them.
Yeah.
It was a really, really nice, and they both deserve our credit for this game.
Yeah, no, unbelievable fight.
Oh, look at the fancy shirt. Is that Fischer on Sava's shirt?
Could be Fischer.
Fischer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we are drawing to a close for today's round. That game is a draw. Pretty much all the top games have finished. Ivanchuk is still going. We'll quickly check in with him, but it looks as though his position is very, very good. He managed to get that breakthrough. There's a weak pawn here that he's trying to corral. And after king d4, well, e3 check looks terminal, because after king d3 you can now go e2. The point being you can't take on e2 because of rook takes c4. Lovely little tactic. This is pretty straightforward stuff, and the other point is you've got a very easy threat of bishop h4, and your pawn on f6 does a great job here of protecting the square on e5. So this is a just a winning position, and we fully expect Ivanchuk to find the way there. Alexeyenko, as you said before, shouldn't really be winning this position against Savita, but
look at this.
There's a
king
bit
on
of
c2.
pressure. The king is on c2, so there is a bit of pressure here. And, well, this construction is very interesting. So very important here. The rooks, Alexeyenko has offered a rook trade. You cannot take that rook. You cannot take that rook because the king is too active. So you move the rook probably to g1 because it's behind the pawn. And you're going to go g5, you're going to move up, you're going to go g6, you're going to just do your thing, moving up the board, and you are eventually just probably going to draw, because I think the knight will sacrifice itself for this pawn, and then the king will be too active over on this side of the board. So again, it feels like it should be a draw, this position, but it all depends how adventurous Alexeyenko wants to be. Does he want to be really, really adventurous or not? It's kind of an interesting question.
Make, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Apart from that, there's not really much else going on. We've got a few games much lower down, board 20, 21. The key games are the Alexeyenko and the Ivanchuk games. Let's see, did he make a move? Yes, he did. He played e4, and e3 check, and e2. Well done, Vasily. Great stuff. And 20 seconds now for Pyotr Brezhina.
That's not enough time to figure it out, this difficult position.
Well, there's just no moves. That's the problem. You just don't have any moves. Because
bishop h4 is coming.
Yeah, bishop h4 is a threat. So he played knight d6. And now you can play... Well, you've got to be a bit careful because bishop h4, you can take the pawn now. So the correct move is the move bishop e3. This is beautiful.
Oh, I love that.
To be able to play rook d4.
I love that move.
This is very, very nice.
And after c3?
And after c3, you can go rook g1. And
you take rook d1.
If
no, sorry, you take rook e2 and...
Yeah, well, yeah, king d2 and anything...
I meant if you take the pawn on e2. In this
if you take the pawn on e2,
yeah,
rook d1. Yeah, exactly, rook d1. So the tactics are all working out, and unfortunately for the young Polish player, he's also just got no time left, right? So it's kind of...
oh, look at the view. Let's have a full screen of them. Oh wow, look at this. He's so small. Pyotr, 13 years old. Look at him. Oh my goodness.
Vasily's just calculating. He just wants to make sure. He needs to find this move bishop e3, right? That's the point. He needs to find the move bishop e3. I think he will find it. Yeah. I think basically he will find it. And
look at him. He enjoys this position for sure.
Yeah.
This is his thing.
Yeah.
Right. Vasily, at this age, playing this well, not missing any chances, is just incredible.
Okay, so if Vasily's got 6 minutes, he's probably there's probably more than one way to do this as well. Bishop e3 is not the only way here. Actually, maybe it is the only way. Maybe it is the only way because rook takes e2 is a real threat. And if you play a move like rook g2, I'm going to go knight e4, and then there's a knight d2 check. So if bishop h4, I've got knight d2 check suddenly. And suddenly you might even be worse, I don't know, with black. So he has to find the move bishop e3, so this is a key moment here. Has to find the move bishop e3.
Yeah, this is the moment. I like that every 5 seconds Pyotr is looking at Ivanchik's face.
Yeah.
Give him a back look.
Checking him out. Yeah.
Yeah. Very often you want to check out how your opponent is feeling. That's kind of like evaluation, as well, of the position. He's thinking 5 minutes for Chucky.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time. I mean, he knows this is a critical moment. All those years of experience count for something, and he knows that if he gets this wrong, he could leave half a point on the table. His opponent gets up with 30 seconds.
Yeah, with 30 seconds. I think he's just
adjusting
there.
himself.
Yeah, maybe taking a coat. Wow.
I think Ivanchik finds bishop e3 because rook d4 check is an immediate threat. Rook g1 is an immediate threat, so it really does make sense to play this move, bishop e3. The question is tiredness a factor here? Right? Is he getting tired? Well, let's see. He's about to move.
Let's go to the full screen to check.
I think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
I think
he's ready to make the move. He's going to make a move. Look at this hand.
I think he's going to do it.
Calculating. Here. Wow, what a beautiful moment. You can be the best in chess at any age. Bishop goes
there
to
we go.
E3.
Look how we put it on the square as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And now only 30 seconds for his opponent. But there are just no moves here for the young Pole. 27 seconds. Let's see what move he plays. I mean, he'll end up playing a move like c3 to stop rook d4 check, and then Ivanchik will play rook g1.
Rook g1,
yeah. He'll play c3 here.
There are not many moves. Knight b5.
He goes knight b5. That's another move because he wants to try and give a check and cover the d4 square. But you can still go rook g1. You can still go rook g1. And I think he's seen it. And he's just calculating, just wants to double check. He's not in pain, he's not suffering. He's doing just fine.
And yeah, his opponent knows, of course, he's young, but he's not stupid, and he realizes that this position is probably done. But Ivanchuk just going through the motions. And here comes the move, 4 minutes. I'm going to say he plays the move in the next minute. There's the twiddling of the eyebrow, the classic Ivanchuk.
Very classic.
You got to have big eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
And he's twiddling away. There goes the nose. If you've watched Ivanchuk for years, you know eyebrow,
what's
nose,
happening.
head, lean back, repeat. Very easy. And
Yeah.
there you go.
I love how he's
Yeah.
putting these pieces on the board.
Yeah. And this is where resignation should come, because there's not really a move. You see that after rook takes e2, rook d1 check comes, and knight d4 you just take. So I think Piotr will find the resign button here. Pretty sure of it, actually.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to take the pawn. Okay. Rook e2.
Oh,
He's going to let Ivanchuk play rook d1 check. And now resigns.
Now
his-
resign. Just go.
What he wants to do is he wants to play knight
Knight
c3 check.
c3.
Yeah. But of course
Okay.
but of course it doesn't hold. Knight c3, there's going to be king d2. Or king e1 maybe. King d2 is also fine, doesn't matter. Knight takes d1. And importantly, the bishop. Yeah, I mean, this is just hopeless. The bishop can do too much here. He's going to go king d3 probably.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. And then you hit the pawn on a3. And if you go after the... Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing to do, actually. c3, king c2, and Vasily... Yeah, if I was...
He checks the clock.
No, if I was him...
It's time for dinner.
Yeah, it's resigns time. It really is, because you give up the bishop in all the endings for a pawn, and then you queen your f-pawn. Having that pawn on f6 makes a big difference.
Yeah, in Qatar last round he finished very early.
Yeah?
The last round,
Okay.
and he said like,
I
"Oh
can
yeah, I
believe that.
finished early. When is the lunch?"
Yeah. That makes sense. So, yeah, it's time to resign, young man. And I think once he does resign, we're probably going to wrap it up.
Mm-hmm.
No, he does play c3. This is youthful. Well, he's going to go king c2 here.
Yeah, king c2.
And there's no other move. And on king
I think bishop d2 wins the pawn. But after king b4.
Yeah, he'll go bishop d2. Yeah. He'll take the pawn, then he'll walk towards the f5 pawn, and
Mm-hmm.
it's really not even it's not even close. He's very young, which is why he's not resigning. I think if you're a bit older, you resign here.
Oh yeah,
You don't wait for
I
this.
would already resign after rook g1.
Yeah, because the point is that with increment, there's really no chance you can go very wrong.
Yeah, but he's young. He should try. He should play as long as he can.
Well, perhaps, yeah. So, Vasily, one last check. King c2, of course. And that's
And
it.
a handshake.
Good win
So nice.
for Ivanchuk.
Moment, very nice win. Another win of Ivanchuk. Look at him. Is he going to win all the games at Sunway Sitges Festival? That's the question. He is unstoppable. They're talking a little bit. Vasily talks Polish.
Yeah?
Yes, he talks Polish. So they will have now some conversation.
Ukrainian and Polish is quite similar,
Very
isn't it?
close. Yeah, very close. So they... Yes, and He very often visits the city that Piotr plays for,
Yeah?
Katowice. Yes.
Oh, in Katowice,
The
okay.
team. So, maybe they have already met earlier, but not on the chessboard, obviously. I like that.
Yeah.
I
The
like
expressions are great, aren't they? Okay, well, there is one.
I love this. Look at him.
Yeah. I like his hoodie, actually. It's a cool hoodie.
I like his hoodie too. Awesome, awesome, awesome. What a day today. I totally enjoyed all the games today.
We've still got
Beautiful
one.
land.
We've still got one going on, but I think it's. Well, actually, I don't know if it's going to be a draw. It's Alexienko with black here. Has Alexienko got winning chances? I don't think so, right? Because the rook for the moment is offside, and you're going to do this. And is Alexienko going to try and win with just the 2 pawns? You can't, though. Not really. Not with best play. But the thing is, this game could go on for quite a long time. So it should be a draw, but we're going to find out tomorrow if it was.
Or today in the evening.
Or today in the evening. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks again for watching. Great day. Thanks especially to Ketty for manning the ship today, as she was fantastic. The big news, well, no super big upsets, I would say. It's not been one of those days.
Yeah. My question,
Yeah.
my main question here, looking at Ivan Tuk, how he's playing, coming from a quite nice tournament.
Yes.
Is he unstoppable at this event? He's winning back to back.
He has won back-to-back, but he hasn't actually played anybody that's Grandmaster level yet. So let's wait and see. He will be on one of the top boards tomorrow for sure. We don't have anybody on 100%. That much we do know. We have a big pile-up of players on 4.5. Anwish, Ido, Edward, Marc-Andrea Marizzi is up there, Julian Sofrini, and so on and so forth. So we've got a big pile-up of 4.5s. They're all going to play each other. And we'll see. But it's not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day, a much-needed one for the players, for us. So we will be back the day after next.
Yes.
For continued coverage.
Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Lawrence,
Yep.
for being an amazing co-host. And we will meet each other in 2 days.
See you in 2 days. Yeah. Bye-bye.